Live from Chatterbox Sports Studios, it's Off the Bench with Thom Brennaman.
All right, good morning, and a pleasant good Monday morning to each and every one of you. We, as always, welcome you to Off the Bench, presented by United Dairy Farmers. I'm Thom Brennaman. We come your way Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to high noon Eastern Time. You can find us on YouTube. That's a Chatterbox Sports page. We always ask, please subscribe to the program if you're able. We're also streaming on Facebook, Chatterbox Sports page. And if you'd prefer to join us in podcast form, by all means, search Off the Bench with Thom Brennaman. And you're dialed in. We begin naturally in college basketball. The brackets are out for this year's NCAA tournament. And let's take a look at the top four seeds in each region. We go right to them. And you had a chance to check them out last night. And we're going to put them up for you, I think, here today. Casey's been here a while now. Casey, good morning. Paul Fritchner back from New York. We'll visit with him in a minute. Are you guys alive over there?
Casey, throw the
Did
top
we not
four
talk
seeds
about
up.
this in the open before the show started?
Yeah, sorry. That's my bad.
You got it.
I
got
good
it right
Lord, I
here.
know it's
I got it
Monday
right here.
morning,
There
but
we go.
come on.
There we go.
All right, here we go. In the South, Alabama, Arizona the 2, Baylor, for me a surprising 3, Virginia at 4. In the East, Purdue, Marquette, the Big East tournament champions and regular season champions, a number 2 seed. K-State 3, Tennessee's all beat up, injured, still gets a 4 seed. In the Midwest, Houston. How did Texas not get a 1 seed? That's a good question. We'll get to that in a minute. How did Xavier get a 3? We'll talk to that about Paul Fritchner here in a minute. Indiana, number 4. And then, for me, you look at all these brackets, that West region, that's the region. If UConn is a 4 seed, and all of a sudden you got Kansas, I know UCLA's a little nicked up, Gonzaga's rolling. That's your dark horse, boys, right there. Gonzaga. They've got it going on. They're not coming into this year's tournament as one of the top 2-3 teams in the country, undefeated like they were a couple of years ago. But we'll get to all of this here shortly. Xavier plays Friday. That will be in Greensboro, North Carolina, against really one of the great stories in college basketball, Kennesaw State. We'll talk more about them in a minute. Xavier advanced to the Big East Conference Tournament Final on Saturday, and they were run over by Marquette, 65-51. It was never even a game. The Musketeers shot 34% from the field, 5 for 20 for 3. They were 4 for 11 from the line. Sule Boom had the worst game of his very brief Xavier career, went 0 for 9 from the field and had 1 point in the game. For Marquette, it's their first ever Big East Conference Tournament Championship. UC's season ended with a major thud, getting drilled by number 1 Houston 69-48. The Bearcats finish at 21-12, but they're not done yet. They'll play in the NIT, and that begins Wednesday night. I thought that was on the road at Virginia Tech. Is that at home?
At Fifth Third. Yep.
Very nice. Okay. That's a 9 o'clock game on Wednesday night. Dayton had a chance to get in, going all the way to the A-10 tournament final against VCU, but lost. The Flyers will not play in the NIT, and for that matter, neither will North Carolina. Pretty Bush League move, in my opinion, by the Tar Heels. We'll talk later in the week about that with Marty Brennaman. Kentucky lost for the second time in a week to Vanderbilt. That came in the SEC quarterfinals. Alabama came away as SEC champs. No surprise there. The Wildcats are a 6 seed and will play also in Greensboro. That will be Friday against Providence. That's a good game. In the ACC, watch out for Duke. We said it last week. In Giants Shire's first season after taking over for Coach K, the Blue Devils roll through all pretenders and contenders in the tournament. No one wants to play Duke right now, and how they are a 5 seed, I will have no clue whatsoever. None. And I don't care what kind of analytics there are out there. The way where they won 9 in a row.
They took some bad losses, and their computer numbers don't really line up with.
I'm going by the eye test. There is no way some of these teams are a 3 or a 4 and Duke's a 5. No chance. In the Big Ten, Ohio State made a nice little run, won 3 games before falling to Purdue. And in that tournament, Ohio State started 4 freshmen. The Buckeyes are loaded along with a recruiting class coming in for next year. Keep an eye on them. Purdue is loaded right now. I got to tell you, I haven't watched a ton of Purdue this year. I watched a ton of them over the weekend. Oh, I mean, God bless anybody that can stop Zach Edey. This guy is unbelievable. And they'll play in Columbus, Ohio this week. NKU, you know they won the Horizon League tournament. And next up for the Norse, number 1 seed Houston. Only one time has a 16 seed knocked off a number 1 in the tournament. That was in 2018 when Baltimore County out of Maryland beat Virginia. Could NKU be the second? That game will be on Thursday. Do you see this story out in the Pac-12? So Mick Cronin's UCLA Bruins lose to Arizona in the conference tournament final. And then during the press conference after the game, apparently some fan gets in the face of Hep Cronin, Mick Cronin's dad, and he has to go running out of the press conference. What the hell's going on out there, right?
It was an all-time Mick Cronin moment. It was an all-time Mick Cronin moment.
What is going on? Oh, that would only happen in the Pac-12. It would only happen in the Pac-12. Bottom line is the games begin tomorrow night in Dayton, OHIO. No big draw there, though, in Dayton this year. You know, last year you had Wright State played. That was a huge deal. And even if they didn't play, you had Notre Dame. You know, this year there's no team I'm not saying there aren't good teams up there. There's nobody, though, like last year. At the very last minute, we were able to jump in the car, my wife, my son, and me, and we race up there last minute, buy tickets, and go watch it. There's nobody I'm driving up there to watch. You going up there, Paul?
I may.
Of course you are.
I would like to get there tomorrow night. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it up there tomorrow night. I'd like to. It doesn't have the same as far as like the local teams or as far as like local around here.
Or a national draw. We thought maybe North Carolina, had they played better over the weekend. Somebody like that. Yeah.
In fact, I thought maybe Providence might slip down there. That would have been one I'd have been interested in just as a Big East guy. I would have liked to have gone and seen them, but Providence just barely avoided it. But, yeah, you're right. Just kind of middle of the road, Mississippi State and Pitt.
Yeah.
I guess maybe some Pitt fans.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay.
Some Pitt fans will make the trip over the state. So, but yeah, we'll get into all that more.
All right, we're going to really get into a lot of college basketball naturally here today. Now, Madness is normally reserved for basketball, right? March Madness. Well, the same can be said right now for the National Football League. Free agency officially begins today. You can't start announcing and signing guys until Wednesday, but there's lots of action coming up over the next few days. Let's start with the big trade in the Windy City. This was a blockbuster. The Bears give up the first pick in the draft for Carolina's first-round pick this year, their second-round pick this year. You want to put this up because it's hard to believe they got all this for the number 1 pick in the draft, right? So the Bears traded away. They get picks number 9 and 61 this year. Next year, they get Carolina's first-round pick. And in 2025, they get Carolina's second-round pick. And throw in a wide receiver who 3 times in DJ Moore has had 1,000 receiving yards in a season. That is a great trade, in my opinion, made by the Chicago Bears. They're going to give Justin Fields a little bit of help. We're going to talk to Mr. Chicago Sports himself coming up in about 15 minutes, David Kaplan, about this deal and what they're saying in Chicago. Elsewhere, the Rams traded away Pro Bowl corner Jalen Ramsey to the Miami Dolphins for a 2023 third-round pick and tight end Hunter Long. LA has now traded away or released 3 defensive standouts in Ramsey, Bobby Wagner, and Leonard Floyd. They have fallen a long way since winning a Super Bowl. The Brownies. Casey, the Brownies
They stink.
That's a real football town, Cleveland, Ohio.
It's a real smelly town. They stink. Stink.
Well, what they've done is they've restructured that whopping contract they gave Deshaun Watson. So the deal now frees up nearly $40 million of cash for the Browns to pursue free agents. And by all accounts, they're going to spend it. The Bills signed All-Pro linebacker Matt Milano, 2-year deal, which will be for up to $14 million per year. It also frees up about $6 million of money for the Bills. The Chargers were $20 million over the salary cap going into the weekend, but then restructured the contracts of 4 of its biggest stars, including Joey Bosa, and have freed up $40 million now under the cap. But bear in mind, Justin Herbert's contract is expected to be next on the Chargers' to-do list. Sad news, I had a chance to meet this guy a number of times. Wow. Bud Grant, legendary Vikings coach, passed away over the weekend. He was 95 years young. In baseball, Joey Votto played yesterday for the first time in a spring training game, going back to last year when he underwent surgery for his shoulder and his bicep. Votto went 0 for 2. It's unknown whether he'll be ready for opening day coming up, hard to believe, at the end of this month. We're less than 3 weeks away. At the WBC, the United States won its opening round game on Saturday over Great Britain, thanks to Nolan Arenado. And did you know that Kyle Schwarber was from Middletown, Ohio?
Oh. Well, I do now.
A Middletown Midi, Kyle Schwarber. Arenado had 3 hits, 2 RBIs, while Schwarber hit a home run. But last night, not good. Mexico drilled the United States 11-5. Team USA plays tonight against Canada. Now, can you imagine if they lose to Canada?
Oh, boy.
I mean, do we lose to anything that has Canada on it? It's like playing the French. If you lose, just quit. Both teams are 1-1. And we would never fail on this program, Casey McAllister, to mention FC Cincinnati going on the road and beating Seattle 1-0 on Saturday night. Another high-scoring shootout. FC is tied for the most points in the MLS with 7. They are 2-0-1 so far on the year. Did you watch that game, Casey? With all the March Madness, did you watch FC Cincinnati?
I 100% watched it from start to finish.
Did you really?
I did. And it was getting really close. I don't know if you know any of the details about the game, but Nick Hagelin gets a red card for dog-so, which is denial of a scoring opportunity. And they're down a player. And the Sounders actually get a chance, and they score. VAR reviews. A player from the Sounders punched one of our own.
Whoa.
And they reversed the decision.
Yikes.
So this was very close to being a second draw for FC. Luckily, it wasn't. And that's another 3 points on the board.
Put them on the board, baby.
Put them on the board.
Put it on the board.
But it was very close. I mean, they were down a player for about 10 minutes. And it was longer than that if you want to include the extra time. It was probably like 20, 25 minutes. It was a bit scary. I won't lie. It was a bit scary for FC. Because it felt like they had control most of the time of that game. But then it got really out of hand towards the end.
Well, you don't control anything if you win 1-0.
I guess that's a fair point.
I mean, they're one shot away. That's if they get a shot. They're one shot away from tying the game into what would be known as a draw. I got to tell you, and we're not going to spend any more time on FC Cincinnati today, okay? But I will tell you. I go into the ESPN.com website. Great website, right? They do a great job. But I got to tell you, some of the language and the jargon in soccer is extremely frustrating when you're going in to just look at the standings. If you go to the website on ESPN.com, they don't call them standings. They have words like transfers and what else?
The standings would be the table.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, give me a break. Just give me the standings. I mean, I'm clicking 3 or 4 different things to try to find the standings.
That's right, Tom.
What else? What's that one word, though, that I just said? What's transfer? I saw that on there, too. Go look it up.
Well,
I mean, are you
what was
talking
the context? That was
It was one of the little headings. When you go to MLS and then, you can click scores, thank God, I think, or is that what a transfer is
Tom, I got to be completely honest with you. I love soccer, but it's the day after Selection Sunday, and I got no idea what a
All right,
transfer
well, I
is,
mean,
and
you
I'm not
guys are
worried
the
about
soccer
it.
guys, okay? You guys are the soccer guys. All right, so let's get right to it. I want to start, first of all, go back to that graphic we had, if we could, with the top 4 seeds in each region. All right, now, Paul, you're the basketball guy. Welcome back from New York City. I'm assuming you had a great time up there. You worked very hard, but you also had some fun, right?
Yeah, it was good. It was a really good trip. Yeah, overall, it was a really good trip. Enjoyed it, and now we have this in front of us. So it's time to rock and roll.
All right. So, what, if anything, stands out for you?
Honestly, I thought the selection committee did a really good job. There weren't really any bid stealers or anything that you look at if you get into Dayton or any of the bubble teams. I guess maybe you could argue Rutgers could have had a case, but even so, we're getting into the weeds of things. What does that really matter down in the end anyway? I thought the top here, they did a pretty good job. You maybe could have argued that Texas could have been the 1 seed. The one thing that I did really appreciate that the committee did yesterday, the committee chair did an interview with CBS and basically laid out the fact without saying it. If you read in between the lines, he said that the SEC championship played into their decision to make Alabama the overall 1 seed instead of Houston because it was between those 2 teams for the overall 1 seed. And we've talked so much about whether conference tournaments matter. It was nice to hear that because Alabama won the SEC and won the SEC tournament, regular season and the tournament, what I'm saying, that was why they were rewarded with the overall 1 seed outside of everything else. I mean, number 1 in the net, all the other rankings that you have, not the net, but number 1 overall seed there is what I'm talking about. Houston dropped the AAC final yesterday to Memphis. That was part of all of the consideration that went into that. Texas, I guess you could have argued, may have been deserving of a 1 seed instead of Purdue if you would have flipped them there. UCLA got the top 2 seed. They're the 5th overall seed. I was surprised that Xavier got a 3 only because of how all of the bracketologists that I very much read, respect, follow throughout the season. I really didn't see Xavier anywhere on the 3 line leading up into the selection show late last night, and then they ended up with that final 3 seed. It was funny. I was at Cintas taking video of it, and I got out my phone when I saw that Greensboro was popping up on the screen, and I hit record. I thought, well, just in case, maybe Xavier gets this spot here, and they did. In fact, I thought that Xavier was going to potentially be the 4 seed that Virginia ended up getting, and then that was down in Orlando. But I think Xavier, you can easily make a case that Xavier was that 3 seed because they were 2-0 against UConn. They went farther in the Big East tournament than UConn did. They had the head-to-head and all that. So UConn gets the top 4 seed. Xavier gets the last 3 seed. Overall, I think the committee did a really good job this year. I didn't hear anybody really making all that many cases. You can get kind of picky with some of these teams if you really wanted to.
Yep.
UCLA maybe had a case for a 1 seed, but they also have some injuries. The West, I guess I will say, if you're going to talk about one region that I don't want to say maybe any one team got screwed necessarily. It's just looking at, I think 5 of the top 11 teams on KenPom are all out in the West region. I mean, the West region just has everybody.
No doubt.
They have everybody. So if you're looking at one region where you say, oh my goodness, whoever comes out of that region and plays for the Final Four out of that region is going to really have earned it. You're going to say that's out of the West region because you have Kansas, UCLA, Gonzaga. UConn is playing in Albany, but their first round game is against Rick Pitino. I mean, UConn got no favors except for the fact that they're going to Albany, which is not all that far from UConn. So, but yeah, overall, I think the committee did a really good job this year. I think they did a good job.
Casey, any thoughts for you? Brandon, can I somebody plug this computer in? I thought I had plugged it in overnight. It must have fallen out.
So
Thank you.
I went ahead and after all the brackets were filled out, after they announced all the teams and positions and whatnot, I spent a lot of time coming up with my first draft of the whole tournament.
Wow.
The whole tournament.
There we
Wow,
go, Casey.
Casey.
I went and did a lot of research, and surprisingly enough, if I go back and look at, I'm just going to focus on each side, the South, Midwest, East, and West. I thought that.
And we are, by the way, and I want to interrupt you, we are going to walk through each of these brackets right
Yep.
after we have David Kaplan on today from Chicago. So please continue. I didn't
I'll
mean
be
to
very,
interrupt.
I'll be
Please
very
forgive me.
brief. I'll be very brief. I just had Alabama pretty much covering on the South side. I don't really believe in Arizona.
You
it's gonna
don't
be-
believe in Arizona?
No, I don't believe in Arizona.
Okay. All right.
And I think it does come down to Arizona being in like the Elite Eight or Sweet 16. I do think that happens,
Right.
but I think Alabama. They haven't shown me any reason why to doubt them.
No doubt.
So I got.
They
that.
look like the best team without a doubt. That doesn't mean
Yeah.
they're going to win it, but they clearly right now look like the best team.
Alabama.
Don't you agree?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
100%.
All right, Casey, what else?
And then the one shocker I would say in my bracket, which many of you might not think as a shocker, I have Houston losing the first round
Oh, my God.
to
God.
NKU.
I'm
they're-
all in.
they're-
I'm
they're-
all in, Casey.
Wait,
All
hold
in.
on. We got it right here.
We got our
got
our
it.
gear.
Yeah, we
Let's
got to
go,
give it
let's
up.
go.
Brandon Seho
Let's
came
go.
in today, and
Casey.
all the guys over at NKU, because of all the pub we've been giving them here on Off the Bench, and Coach Horn coming on many, many, many times. We had Jim Kelch on as well, their outstanding play-by-play voice last week. Kind enough to send over some swag, as we call it. Right?
Yeah.
Swag.
Yeah.
That was mighty nice. Sweatshirt, T-shirt. Casey, now you don't have to reach into your wallet and buy something from your alma mater, since clearly you've gone through the whole season out of one day, some fishing lid or
Yeah.
something you had
A
on.
bucket hat.
What?
A bucket hat.
Bucket hat from NKU.
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead.
So,
You were
yeah,
starting to
but-
talk a
yeah.
little bit about, so you got NKU
Yeah.
beating Alabama, which, okay.
No, I have NKU beating Houston.
I mean, Houston. Well,
And-
that's not happening, but okay.
But that was before I realized today that you told me one of their best players is actually going to play.
Sasser.
Marcus Sasser is
Yeah,
probably.
I thought
yes.
He
he
did
was-
not play yesterday.
You think he's coming? He's going to.
He was listed as probable last night when they were asked about it. Yes.
Okay. Well, that might put it might throw
Does
off
that
the
put a
bracket.
damper on it?
It puts a little damper on it,
Just a little bit outside.
just a little. But I actually on that side of the bracket, I have a lot of upsets. And I know some Xavier fans are not going to like this, but I actually picked them to lose against Iowa State.
Okay.
That's I think they get out of the first round. I think they easily get out of the first round. I just think it's going to be a close game against Iowa State. I end up having Texas winning that side, but with Houston now, it might. Yeah, this is a draft anyways, right? So
That's right.
Things-
Just a
things are gonna
rough
change.
draft. We're going
Revisions.
to
It's
unveil
revisions.
our brackets tomorrow, which is a little tough because of the play-in games, right?
So I have a very quick, funny story about this. Do you remember two or 3 years ago, UCLA made
Right.
the Final Four?
Right.
So in my bracket pool, I had one of my very good friends from high school, and this bracket pool I was in was like 50 people, and I was on track to win the bracket. And I'm sitting there and I'm going, how in the hell does my friend have UCLA in the Final Four? Because they were in the first four.
I know.
So I texted him. I go, bro, I got to give you some kudos here. How did you pick UCLA to the Final Four? And he goes, are we in the trust tree here? I go, yeah, what's up? He goes, I'm a massive Michigan State fan. I just advanced the first four winner into the Final Four and forgot to change it from Michigan
You're
State to
kidding
UCLA.
me.
So he had Michigan State going to the Final Four. UCLA beat Michigan State, but all you select when you select the bracket is the winner of that game.
Right.
So UCLA ended up getting the Final Four because I just didn't even bother to go back and change it, and it worked out anyway. So.
All right, well, let me ask you guys this then. With that in mind, because correct me if I'm wrong, VCU did the same thing.
Yeah, VCU. Yeah, VCU.
Right? It was in the play-in games up in Dayton, the first 4, and advanced. So should we wait to unveil our brackets until Thursday?
I mean, I don't know. I don't.
I mean, a team like Pitt, right?
Pitt can't. Yeah, I don't think any these 11 seeds this year. I don't see any. Sometimes when you see some of these 11 seeds, something jumps off the page to you, and you think, oh, well, they have this one really good player, or they have this one really good, something that jumps off the page. I don't see anything out of these 11 seeds that makes me think.
All right.
It would matter all that much.
Before we get Dave Kaplan on, I'm going to throw it to you guys, and then when we come back, we'll get to him. So Ham and Eggers, take it away.
Okay. I'm just going to finish out the rest of my what I got here. I don't have Purdue making it out of the first weekend, so that I have 2 major upsets.
Who do you have them losing to?
I have them currently losing to Memphis. That's probably not going to happen.
I will say that's a pretty good matchup for Purdue. Purdue for the don't make it out of the first round, because I know you're on that train. I know Brandon's on that train. I'm sure a lot of people are on that train, and I can't really blame you given how Purdue has played. But if you're talking about matchups and guards, and looking at guys like Kendrick Davis, that's not a bad matchup for Purdue.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, because what I do think will happen is they're going to run into either Tennessee, super defensive heavy team, right? Or they're going to run into Duke, who's been really hot, and then they'll lose. But that still means that they made it out of the first weekend. It was a tough one. I don't think when you look at who Purdue has to face, I mean, it's either going to be the 16th seed, those 2 teams. I don't have any. They're going to win that game, and then Memphis or FAU.
That game stinks. I talk about the committee doing a good job overall. I did think that the committee did a good job overall, but obviously there are things you can be critical of. It stinks. It absolutely stinks that FAU and Memphis are playing in the first round. Those are 2 very good teams. Memphis won the AAC, beat Houston to win the conference tournament title. FAU has had an incredible year. They are a very exciting team to watch. Both of those teams could have made the Sweet 16, and now one of them is going to be going home on the first day of the tournament. That's really disappointing. I was hoping to see at least one, if not 2 of those teams make a decent run in this tournament. Sucks that we have to see that on the first day, but it will be an exciting game. Just straight up there with that game. So, yes.
Yeah, and I haven't really – on that side of the bracket, I don't really know who I'm going to pick to win that side. I currently have Duke just because I think they've been really hot. But I think it could easily be Marquette. I think Kansas State has a really good shot at it too. And you never know about Tennessee. I mean, from what I've been told, the college tournament is more about offense than it is defense. So I don't know if that means anything. And then I have Kansas on the other side winning. And that's a really tough side to win it all.
Kansas got – well, we'll get into more of that. We have David Kaplan.
We got David. Now, listen, I go way back with this guy. I mean, I remember when he was doing local radio in Chicago, was broadcasting a lot of college basketball games on television. Chicago guy through and through. He has become Mr. Chicago sports. I mean, he's the guy. And he's a big leaguer when he's driving in his car, for crying out loud, to talk to us. Of course, that might be a parking lot there in Chicago driving around. Capman, how are you, brother?
My guy, Tommy, how are you, kid?
I'm all right. What's new?
I just got off the air doing mornings. Now I'm going to I got a studio I got to go to tape something else because of this Bears trade. And then I get your message. I'm like, my guy, Thom Brennaman is probably the guy most responsible for me getting my career going.
I don't know about that part, but you've done just fine without any help from me. So tell me, what's the reaction to the trade? I mean, to me anyway, it looks like this is a great deal. You agree or disagree?
This is a huge deal for the Bears. Look, There's a reason they're picking number 1 in the draft, because they got the worst roster in the NFL. They have one first-round pick that they made on their roster. That's Justin Fields, who I'm a fan of. I like Justin very much. Now, did he show a lot in the past game? No, but I'll tell you that's because we have a horrible wide receiver room and we have a bad offensive line. So when those two things are not where they need to be, it's going to make it tough on him. I love this deal because you got not only your pick still in the top 10, but you got their number 1 pick in 24. If they're no good next year, Marvin Harrison Jr. is the guy I openly lust after. That's who I want. And if the quarterback position is something that's still in flux here, if Justin has a bad year, well, then you're in play for Drake May of North Carolina or Caleb Williams of USC. So for me, and then added DJ Moore, a legit number 1, no-brainer deal.
I want to follow up. You said you liked Justin Fields. I thought he was, after a slow start, I thought he became one of the most dynamic and interesting players in the league. Is the feeling around there, by and large, for Bears fans that he's going to be just fine, or are there still kind of a lot of questions with him?
I would say the overwhelming majority, Tom, in Chicago are all in that he is the guy. Now, I believe that the way they played last year is unsustainable. You cannot run that guy as much as they did, or you're going to get him killed. So does he make it to the next contract here? Now that you have DJ Moore, I'm expecting them to sign, whether it's Juwan Taylor or the kid Orlando Brown or McGlinchey, most likely from San Francisco, and I'm sure they'll use more draft capital on offensive linemen. If that is the case and he has a bad year next year, then I think people will say, all right, then they got to find a quarterback. I don't think that'll be the case. I love the kid.
While we're on the topic of the Bears, and I want to get to college basketball with you because I'm not so sure anybody I know on the planet knows more about college basketball than you do. You coached it, you played it, you've announced it, on and on and on. But this whole thing with the Bears moving out of Soldier Field and moving out to the suburbs, do you think that's for sure when all is said and done is exactly what's going to happen? And if so, what are your thoughts about that?
Okay, one, it is a done deal. It's a done deal. The mayor, the one who just lost in the election here, her legacy is she let the team in Chicago, and you can talk about the Cubs, but you still have White Sox fans, the Bulls, the Blackhawks, the Sky, whatever. The Bears are the one team in town, and she screwed up that relationship, and now they're moving to Arlington Heights. And it is a done deal, and for me, it is a no-brainer, Tom. No-brainer. You are going to own 326 acres of prime real estate, 20 minutes from O'Hare Airport. You're going to get to build a palace of a domed stadium. You're going to have infrastructure all around so that Thom Brennaman gets out of his car. He's taking his kids to the game. You park indoors, so I don't care how cold it is. You say, hey, let's go buy jerseys for the kids right there. I want to stop. I want to bet the game at the sports book they're building right there. And then we got 15 restaurants. Where do y'all want to eat? That's what they're building, and it will double the value of the franchise.
All right, shifting gears to college basketball. Anything stand out to you as far as the selection committee was concerned yesterday on their seedings, especially in the top 4 or 5?
No, I thought Kansas might get the chance to play in Kansas City. I did. I think they're a really, really good team. Houston's a really good team. But I think this is the most wide-open tournament that I have seen in decades. Literally, I think there's 20 teams that could win it. Marquette, really good. They could win it. Could Kansas go back-to-back? Absolutely. I just think it's so wide open, and that's what makes it my favorite event in sports.
Last thing I want to ask you about the Cubbies, your beloved Chicago Cubs.
We're back, baby.
They're back to what?
We're going to contend in that division. I don't think we win it. But next year, remember this name, Pete Crow Armstrong. That was a fleecing of epic proportion. 3 months of Javi Baez to the Mets for this kid who will be our starting center fielder for a decade or more and win multiple Gold Gloves. We got a team coming, Tom. Oh, it's going to be so sweet when we roll into Cincinnati and beat the Reds and then go to St. Louis and beat the Cardinals. We're back.
Boy, I tell you, some things change, but one of them ain't David Kaplan when it comes to talk about his Cubbies. I mean, it's ridiculous. This tired act of yours for I don't know how long about the Cubs, it's tired.
I was there in 2016, November 2nd, when we won the World Series. The greatest moment of I won't say my life because I have my kids and my wife. But other than that, next to my divorce, it was the greatest moment I've had in the last 20 years.
Good Lord. But you're a grandparent now, so congratulations.
Yeah, I got a grandson named Ben. He's 2. He's already into football, loves football. So we'll see. His dad played college football. He's big, 6'4", 275. So we'll see how big Ben becomes. We've got a second one coming in April. I don't know if it's a boy or girl. They'll find out that day. And then we'll see. But it's a lot of fun, man. Very, very blessed.
Well, you look great, my friend. It's always great catching up with you. I hope I can see you in person sometime soon. Be careful driving. God bless, my man.
Bless, my man. Best to your dad and your sister, too.
All right, buddy. Thanks, Cap. See you soon. David Kaplan, kind enough to join us. Boy, I tell you, that's a piece of work right there. I love that guy. He and I had a lot of laughs in Chicago, and his career has just been unbelievable. You know, their media there, obviously, being the size city they are, is so much bigger. It's hard to comprehend in our town. I mean, we've got one, I guess, sports talk station, you know, but even that is not local all day, 24/7. They've got 3 or 4 of those in Chicago. Then they have television stations there, not your NBCs and Fox and CBS and ABC, but they have on cable 2 or 3 of these where you've got talk shows going on all day long, legendary Chicago figures, and nobody is Mr. Chicago sports more than that guy, David Kaplan. He's dialed in on every single thing that's happening up there. And I would highly suggest you follow him on Twitter if you're, you know, a Chicago fan of any kind or just want to know what's going on up there in Chicago sports. I agree, Casey. That trade is mind-boggling. And it seems now the rumor is, you know, Carolina's got to clearly get this right.
Yeah.
And they've got a decision to make. And they would have not made this trade unless they've not already made that decision on who that guy is. And apparently, the rumor mill is that guy is C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I mean, he was my number one. I'm sure he's a lot of people's number one. He's the prototypical size, can sling the ball around. He's not the same Ohio State quarterback that everyone is afraid of. He can throw. He's an accurate quarterback. It is going to be very interesting to see. I think the other rumor mill would be Anthony Richardson, but that's mainly because they already got a guy like Cam Newton before, and Anthony Richardson fits that mold of a running, throwing quarterback. But yeah, I mean, they have a plan. They got to get this right. And it's going to be really tough for them, regardless of who they pick, because they don't have a single weapon that I could name on that roster.
They don't.
DJ Moore was the only guy that I could really think of. They're without Dante Freeman or whoever. They've lost some of their running backs that they had a really good rotation. Now some of them are going to be gone in free agency. So, and I don't think they have a second round, so they really got to nail the rest of their draft to really make a difference for this year. If you're asking me the future for this Panthers team, I mean, I don't see how the Bears didn't just get away with it. Like they to me are the clear favorites or the clear odds winners of this trade.
There's no doubt. And I mean, I just don't, this is why when you get into the whole quarterback debate, and I'm not getting into the Ohio State quarterback debate. I don't mean it that way. I'm just talking about quarterbacks in general. This is where, in a society where we're, more and more incredibly impatient, we're quick to judge whether a guy is the guy or not. And if it is indeed C.J. Stroud, maybe it's Bryce Young, I don't know. We'll wait until the draft comes along. Whichever one it is, they are walking into an extraordinarily tough spot. All the reasons you just mentioned. They don't have weapons at wide receiver, at least not a ton. They don't have a very good team. And then all of a sudden, you're going to draft a guy number one. There's a real good chance that he's going to be the starter day one. And, we'll see what the Panthers do. But it is going to be a tall order. Now, The Athletic today, and we always get back to The Athletic. And, again, coming up, we're going to walk through all the tournament brackets. And I know that's the big talk right now, but let's be honest about it. I mean, on a day where the NCAA tournament announces its brackets, if you go to most websites, most of them are putting football stuff first because that's the NFL. They're the king, even in the offseason. Hell, there's nothing going on, right? At least you wouldn't think. There's a lot going on, and there's a lot more going on the next 48 to 72 hours. But in The Athletic today, they have the Ravens trading Lamar Jackson to the Indianapolis Colts. Colts have the 4th pick in the draft, which means the Ravens would take that pick. And The Athletic believes that Lamar is going to Indy and that Anthony Richardson, who very much similar in style, right, to Lamar Jackson, would be going to the Ravens. So remember, there's a non-exclusive franchise tag on Lamar Jackson, which means any team in the league can sign him to a deal. The Ravens have the right to match that deal. If they decide not to match the deal, whatever team signs him to that offer sheet would have to give up 2 first-round picks starting this year. So the Ravens would take the number 4 pick in the draft if indeed that trade is made. You have the brand new coach in Indy, offensive-minded guy, came over from the Philadelphia Eagles, where he was working hand-in-hand with another quarterback who can throw it and also run it.
Sirianni.
Right? Well, that was Sirianni, the head coach, but Steichen was the offensive coordinator. Now he's a head coach in Indy.
Oh, gotcha.
Right? So he's a guy working with that would be working if it happened with another quarterback who's very similar in style, although I think Hurts throws it better, more accurately than Jackson does. But Jackson's been an MVP. It is going to be fascinating to watch here over the next, 24 to 48, teams restructuring deals to try and free up some money. Casey, you badmouth them all the time. I think the Brownies are spending some serious cash. They're going for the home run ball.
Yeah, and they're
all in.
They're still going to only win like 8 games and miss the playoffs. That's sad. They're wasting all their entire youth of their star players on a guy that at quarterback, that just, you don't know what you're going to get. And you're going to have to – that $40 million that they're creating, they got to pay that on the back end. But it's not like it's just disappearing. Like when people restructure, they don't realize that usually that means the following year they got to pay that money that next season.
You look no further than Deshaun Watson's contract. We were talking about this before the show. When they restructured this deal, Deshaun Watson this year is going to make $19 million. It's a lot of money, but it's not a lot of money for a guy, right? Next year, and for the next 3 years, he will make $64 million a year.
It's incredible. It's incredible. 3
straight years will haul in $180+ million. Is that what Burrow's deal going to look like?
I don't know. I don't know, Tom. It blows me away. I know that the Browns have been very aggressive in roster restructuring and building, and it's actually worked out well for them, all things considered. They went from a mediocrity franchise for 20 years to where they're at now, which at least gives them some hope that they can make a playoff push. But, man, you talk about being all in. This is truly a all-in scenario.
Doubt about it. Maybe more than any other franchise in a league, including the Bengals.
There's no way that next year that they will be able to make a similar type move in free agency or just in the offseason. Like, they can't push any more money back. They do that, they might not even be able to fill a franchise. They might not be able to fill a roster. They'd be so far under the cap, it wouldn't be funny. So this is something that if they don't get right, they don't pick the right guys in free agency, it can look really, really ugly moving forward. But the one thing I want to go back to the thing that you were talking about the Colts just really quickly. If that were to happen, Lamar going to the Colts and the Ravens getting a couple first-round picks, I would be more concerned about the Ravens than I would be the Browns in that scenario. The Ravens are very good at drafting. They would still have their first overall pick this season as well. So they would get a 4th and like a 20 this year. And the following year they'd get 2 more first-round picks.
Yeah.
I mean, this team has been very, very good at building a roster through the draft. And you keep giving them more chances like that, and it doesn't matter who they got at quarterback. I'll just put it like that.
Well, I don't know. I understand what you're saying. I agree 100%. But if I'm a Bengals fan and I'm looking at this Bengals window, whatever that means, but if I'm looking at my competition next year inside my division, I'm liking my chances a lot more with Tyler Huntley being the starting quarterback next year, because he would be the starter, and they'll start mixing in Richardson if this deal happened. I would feel a lot better about my chances dominating that division for the next 2 to 3 seasons.
2 to 3? That's an interesting
Because then the Bengals got to start making decisions. We're going to get into this later in the week with Jay Morrison. When you look at these quarterback contracts and the direct effect that they have, everybody agrees Burrow should be here forever. He's the guy. But the second they sign him to that deal, the piper will come a-calling and will be asked to get paid. And when that jump goes from 17 or 22 or 25 million into the 45 and 55 and 60 million, that window starts getting closer and closer to somebody throwing, big league house like you got now in Mason. You probably got those fancy windows where, you have the double locks and all that kind of thing. That's what that window looks like. All right. Boys, are you ready?
Yeah, let's
you at home ready? Is my computer even moderately charged enough to get through the rest of the show?
I don't need it.
No. I just want to see if it's moderately charged to get through the rest of the show.
Looks like it's halfway.
It's halfway, so we're good. Brandon, thank you very much. Good to have you back, by the way.
Hey, here for you.
Absolutely. I appreciate it very much.
You've seen the tournament.
All right, here we go. We got a lot of viewers today. A lot of people wondering what is going on. Boy, Brian's been asking this question forever. Can anyone tell me how Duke and North Carolina never leave the state for the first 2 games of tournaments ever? Are they playing in North Carolina?
I don't think – they're not in Greensboro. So that's –
He's been asking that question, though, for a while.
Duke is in Orlando.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
well, maybe he's just been asking. Maybe just keeps hitting the same thing over and over. Okay. All right, so where are we starting, boys? We're going to start in the Midwest, right? Didn't we decide that?
We can start with Midwest.
Because we're going to start where Xavier is. Okay.
Well, and we got NKU here too. So
and we got NKU here.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, let's do it.
Reed says we should have Dave Kaplan on every day. He was a great guest. Okay, here we go. let's start here. And the way we're going to do this, we're not picking today.
No.
All right? We're just going to get sort of a rough idea of everyone's thoughts in the bracket.
Yeah.
Whether you're looking at an upset, whether you're looking at a particular team advancing or having a hard time advancing. Okay? I look Houston, and Houston, without a doubt, they're one of the top 2 teams in the country. They're the overall number 2 seed. That second game after Northern Kentucky, and we're rooting for the Norse, but if it doesn't work out, that next game for them is not going to be a total layup. Because if Iowa's making outside shots, that team's a dangerous team.
Well, you're exactly right, Tom, in the sense that this is something that I always say about Houston, where when you get these teams that play these low possession games and they grind you down, and then you play a team that can score, you're going to find yourself in a situation where you might be down, just like yesterday against Memphis, where you're down and then you got to come back and score. Now, granted, yesterday they're playing without Marcus Sasser, one of the best players in the country. He's probably going to be back in the tournament. He may not play against Northern Kentucky. I don't know if they're going to risk him against the Norse. He will play. I would assume from the way I was reading that yesterday that he will play against either Iowa or Auburn, whoever they get in the second round.
It would be a mistake if he didn't play. I'll tell you that right now.
Iowa has obviously struggled a lot this year at different points, but they've been up and down, and we know Iowa. It's the same Iowa that we've been talking about forever, a team that can just score and score and score at a really high rate. It's not like they shoot the three particularly well. It's not like they score inside all that well. They just score very well. They're not a team that's going to light you up from three. They're in the middle of the pack in the country and shooting threes, 164th. They're 90th inside the arc. They just score at a really high rate. And they also do not turn the ball over, which is something that Houston, when you talk about a defensive team like Houston, the fourth best defensive team in the country, 22nd in the country at forcing turnovers. That's something you're looking at if it's Iowa. And on Auburn, obviously out of the SEC, Auburn's had their wins. They've also had their losses. That's why they're a 9 seed. But most of those losses have come in the back half of the season since the end of January. They've struggled down the stretch. They do have that win over Tennessee at home in the regular season finale. But outside of that, they lost in the first round or in their first game of the SEC tournament to Arkansas by 3. You just don't know what you're going to get day in and day out of this team. I think this is a fun 8-9 game. And I do think that Iowa probably gives Houston a little more trouble than Auburn does just because of their offense. That's an initial thought there. Drake, Miami is going to be a lot of fun. Drake is a really good 12 seed. It was funny yesterday looking when I was at Cintas, they're flashing the brackets up on the screen, and I'm watching the team and Sean Miller. I'm watching all those guys react to the teams being announced. And there were a few times when the teams would get flashed up, and they thought, you could tell like there was, I don't want to say sigh of relief, but it was kind of like their eyes open. Oh, we didn't get that team. One of those was Kent State. Kent State was a team a lot of people didn't want to play. Oral Roberts is a team a lot of people don't want to play with. Max Asmus. Duke got them. I think that'll be a fun game. I do think Duke wins that game, but it would not shock me if Oral Roberts won that game. And then Kent State and Oral Roberts, we talked about that, but Drake was another one. Drake on the 12 line. Xavier was never going to play Drake because Drake is a very deserving 12 seed. Xavier wasn't going to drop to a 5. But that's a fun one, especially out of the ACC, and a very down ACC this year, a really, really, really bad ACC. Now Drake gets their chance in the first round at one of those. That's a classic 12-5. I'm looking at Drake in that game.
Well, I got to tell you, the team I'm watching is Kent. Kent State this year has played Houston.
Tough.
They lost by 5
Yes.
in a grinded out 49-44 game. Kent also played Gonzaga.
Yep.
And lost 73-66. So they have played two of the best teams in the country. I mean, right down to the final couple of minutes, if not final possession.
So Kent State has a guard named Sincere Carey. He was the MAC Player of the Year last year. I don't know if he won it again this year.
He did not win it.
He did not win it. Okay, so he was the MAC Player of the Year last year, Sincere Carey. He's a senior, and he is a stud. He is an absolute stud. This is a game that would scare me if I'm Indiana.
I'm not buying Indiana. I'm just not buying them. I'm not saying they're going to lose this game, but I am not buying Indiana.
Well,
They've had injuries, right?
Yeah. So here's the thing. Here's the thing about Indiana. If Indiana wins that first game against Kent State and Drake pulls off that upset against Miami, then all of a sudden you're talking about Indiana playing in the Sweet 16 against Houston probably. So it's just that Kent State thing because sometimes you don't want to get too overzealous with these upsets that everybody in the world is going to pick. I'm not sure everybody's going to pick Kent State, but I think a lot of people are going to pick Kent State in that game.
Okay.
This top half of this Midwest region is a very, very intriguing. The top half of this Midwest and then the whole West region in general are pretty intriguing. But then you get down into the bottom, Iowa State. They've really struggled at different times this year. They're only 2 wins for Iowa State. The only 2 wins they have in the last month since February 15th are over Baylor. They've beaten Baylor twice. Other than that, they don't have a win in the last month. Mississippi State.
All right, but hang on a second. Here's the thing that worries me because Iowa State's going to beat Mississippi State.
Or Pitt. Yeah.
They're going to beat them.
I think
All right, here's the thing that worries me if I'm Xavier.
Okay.
Xavier likes getting up and down the floor.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it, right?
Yeah.
Iowa State is the polar opposite of that. They are a shut-it-down defensive kind of team, and they slow the game down.
They do. You're right. They are one of the slowest teams in the country. They play at the 326th. They're 326th in tempo in the country out of 363 teams. So they're a very, very slow team. They grind you down. They don't score a lot. But again, that's the thing where you're looking at a team like Xavier where Iowa State just can't score at times. They also lost Caleb Grill, one of their most impactful players. He's out for the season. Personally, when I saw all of this flash up on the screen, I saw Kennesaw State in the first round. Kennesaw State's been a great story.
Yeah.
I think that obviously they've been a good program out of the Atlantic Sun. I think that is a phenomenal matchup for Xavier in the first round. And quite honestly, I do think that Iowa State is a good matchup in the second round. I know that they do play at the complete opposite style. One team is going to have to try and force the other team to play to their style. And I think if Xavier can get up and down the floor and try to score at as well as they have this year, then you're looking at a fairly favorable draw there. And then from there, who knows what happens? We could be talking about.
Let me ask you this about Xavier.
Yeah.
Okay. Every team, and look, Kansas has had this happen to them this year, where they have just laid eggs.
Yeah.
I mean, they've not only lost, they've been blown out of the gym, right?
Yeah.
On 4 or 5 occasions this year, Kansas has just been massacred by somebody, right?
Yeah.
Now, Xavier doesn't have a lot of those, but I got to ask you, they had a couple of nice wins near the year. I'm not, they were nice wins. Providence stinks. So, and in my opinion, Creighton stinks. I really don't think Creighton is any good at all. That's my personal opinion. And everybody could argue that, and who knows, hell, they end up in the Final Four, and I look like an idiot. But they just run around in circles on offense to me. I don't like Creighton. But Xavier, was the title game just one of those games? I mean, it had to be, right? With Sule Boom going 0 for 9?
Yeah, so Sule Boom, I mean, he had an upper respiratory problem. He was real sick. Xavier's depth was not. I mean, it's just the third game in 3 days. You could kind of tell it was kind of funny. Sean Miller on the sideline. It never even felt like he got upset. It never felt like he was on the sideline screaming or upset or disgusted with how everything was going. It just was the third game in 3 days, and you ran into a Marquette team that was coming off that win over UConn. I don't really read anything into that Big East title game for Xavier. I think that the week off – in fact, Sean Miller actually said last night in the press conference that the extra day that he's really happy that this is a Friday-Sunday for Xavier in Greensboro, that you get that extra day, that you don't have to turn right back around on Thursday and play. You get that extra day. You play on Friday. I do think that will help with Xavier and get everybody back healthy feeling good into the tournament. I don't read into that title game at all.
All right. Down at the bottom of that bracket, Casey, Texas is the team in the bottom of that bracket.
Yeah,
they're the best team by far, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I think you could argue that Texas might be the best team in this region. I know Houston's there at the top, but if you were going to sit down and make an argument that Texas was the best team in this region, I'd listen to you. I think Houston is. Obviously, they're the 1 seed. They might have been the overall number 1 seed, but Texas is a very good team. Funny thing for Xavier, if we're keeping it local, is I mentioned a couple of storylines. If Xavier was to play Texas A&M in the Sweet 16, if both teams advanced, that would be a rematch of last year's NIT title championship game. And if you remember all the way back in 2004, Xavier made the Elite Eight that year. They beat Mississippi State in the second round, and then they beat Texas in the Sweet 16.
How about that?
So some fun some fun little storylines in here, just kind of underlying things. Mississippi State would obviously have to win 2 games to even get to the second round. Texas, who knows if they get past Texas A&M, but either way, Texas in the Sweet 16 or Texas A&M in the Sweet 16, there's a little bit of history there too, depending on how far back you want to look. I know people always want to talk about the conspiracy theories of the fun stories and the matchups in the NCAA tournament. There are plenty of those as we get through the rest of the bracket of different things that you're looking at all the way down the list. But I do think that Xavier being a 3 seed, resume-wise, I was not shocked. I think that
I was shocked.
Resume-wise,
that means you believe Xavier's one of the top 12 teams in the country, and I'm not buying it.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't
been ranked that high after that long winning streak they had. They haven't been ranked that high all year long.
Well, I mean, half those people don't even watch college basketball anymore.
Okay,
so
that's probably true.
So I mean, as far as you're looking at KenPom, you're looking at the net. I mean, Xavier's ranked as high as they've been all season right now on KenPom. They have the highest net ranking that they've had all season. So they're playing their best basketball at the right time. I know they're coming off a clunker on Saturday, but really I'm not reading too much into that given the way that the week went. In fact, if anything, I'm taking more away from what they did against Creighton. I mean, nobody saw that coming. Just a complete beatdown of Creighton, who now ends up with a 6 seed.
They were lucky to get that.
Yeah.
I just don't know what people see in Creighton. I mean, look, maybe you can watch them play one game. I mean, I just sit there and watch them, and I say to myself, I don't get it. I just don't get it.
I think it's because they're so balanced both sides of the floor. I mean, they're the 15th best defensive team in the country, 28th best offensive team in the country. They have it on both sides of the floor.
And they lost 13 games.
Well, yeah, but 6 of them were without their best player.
Well, a lot of teams are going through that stuff all year.
I understand.
I mean, you can say the same thing for TCU. You can say the same thing for Texas. You can say the same thing. I mean, a lot of teams have guys get hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, 13 or whatever it is losses is. I don't care where they are in offense and defense. They've won 21 and 13 in an okay league. Okay, I think as the season went on, Providence is come on. I mean, come on. Xavier solid, Marquette solid, UConn streaky, talented, very streaky. So and in my opinion, UConn, Marquette is just a tougher mental team. I look at UConn, talent, get up and down the court. I don't look at them as being a mentally tough team.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong.
So if you want to go, BartTorvik.com is a website that you can filter very easily just to see who's playing their best basketball at the right time. You want to obviously see who's playing their best basketball now in March. If you go through and you filter just since February 13th, in the last month, who is playing the best, it goes Gonzaga 1, UConn 2, Houston 3, Bama 4, Texas 5, Kentucky 6th. Creighton is all the way down at 40th. In the last month. So to your point, Tom, maybe not playing their best basketball at the right time. They had a lot of preseason expectations. I'm not going to pick Creighton to the Final Four or anything, but we'll get to that later on down the road. As far as this bracket goes, if you're talking about playing in the last month, Iowa State 35th, but Texas Texas is a monster. Texas is a very good basketball team.
Casey, any thoughts for you since you've done a thumbnail already of your picks?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I thought Texas is probably going to be the victors in this situation. For some reason, I just don't think Houston is legit. And maybe it's just because of the league they play in. Just the fact that they almost lost to UC gives me pause. I'll just put it like that. I just don't know. I think the Iowa versus Houston matchup is really good if Northern Kentucky doesn't pull off the upset.
Right.
But, I don't really believe in Miami anymore. I think they just lost a lot of steam as of late. And the Indiana-Kent State game is the one that I am most excited to see on that side of the bracket on the first opening day. Or whatever.
That's going to be Friday game.
Yeah, whatever day that is on that side of the bracket.
Yeah.
That Friday, I'm excited to see that game. I didn't know Iowa State was down one of their best players either. I had them beating Xavier, and I did do the research to know that they were two opposite polar teams. That's why I kind of picked that spot for Xavier to lose. But I might have to rethink that now.
You can make the point, and I think this is a fair point. In fact, somebody made it in the chat. I think it's a fair point. The very few times Xavier has faced a defensive team that just smothers people, like Iowa State likes to do. They play man-to-man, and they just come after you. And we saw Marquette, whatever they called that defense, a violent defense. Now, again, Boom wasn't feeling well. But the bottom line is there have been games this year, and Xavier's defense has been a lot better. I mean, a lot better since Fremantle went down. You'd rather have Fremantle. It's not what I'm saying. But when they've had to play a team that is based around getting after you hardcore on defense, that's going to be a challenge for anybody.
Absolutely.
No doubt.
No doubt.
All right, Casey, so you like Texas. The only thing about Texas, they might be the deepest team in the country. I think I heard the other day where they have like 9 players that are averaging 17 minutes or more, something like that. It's a very deep team. They go 9, 10 deep. The guy's done a great job since taking over for Beard after he was fired.
Who actually just got hired at Ole Miss.
Beard did.
Chris
He
Beard.
should have.
Yeah.
He should have been hired. Good for him. But Texas, I watch them play. They get out-rebounded every single game. They are not a rugged team. Now, does that mean anything in the tournament? I don't know, history speaking. But if I'm Xavier, and if they can find a way to sneak through those first 2 and get a chance to hook up with Texas, I mean, I think Xavier could give Texas a run for their money.
I do too. Like I really was looking at this bracket last night when I was sitting there watching the selection show, and I'm looking at teams like UConn, who has, my goodness, what a bracket UConn got. And I think Marquette got a really favorable bracket. Creighton is what it is as a 6 seed. But it was really, really tough for me last night to look at that bracket for Xavier and not get too excited about it because I think there is a lot of opportunity in front of them. Yes, a defensive team like Iowa State does concern you, but at the same time, like somebody pointed out in the chat, I just flipped off the screen, but Iowa State doesn't score at a rate that really would make me all that nervous unless
they can't keep up.
I go back to what I always say, where you just go up and try and straight up outscore another team, and I don't think Iowa State can do that.
Well, it depends what the score is. I mean, if it turns into a 58-55 game, or it turns into a 65-63 game, Iowa State, I would think, can score 65.
Yeah, they can, and they've scored in the 70s this year. I think that just looking overall, like, as I said last night when I was talking about it on a podcast, it's March. Anything could happen. Kennesaw State could come out. Look, Kennesaw State to the Owls' credit, Kennesaw State chucks a lot of threes.
Yep.
They shoot a lot of threes. That's about the only thing they do, but they shoot a lot of threes. What's given Xavier issues this year? Guards. So, who knows? But I don't think Xavier should have any. I think that Kennesaw State is a very good matchup overall for Xavier. And then
well, I can't wait for Reed Mouse to tell me after dropping in the chat that Xavier is in the only bracket where the 4 and 3 seeds are better than the 1 and 2. I mean,
his Hoosiers. Oh yeah.
I mean, how anybody in their right mind could say Xavier and Indiana. I'm not saying they can't beat them because it's one game, 40 minutes, and these guys are 18 to 22. I talk about this all the time. When you're talking about kids that age and they're still kids, they can have a bad game. Just look at Xavier's last game. Stuff can just happen. But, I mean, over the body of work, Houston, Texas, come on. Come on.
You know the other thing?
Good Lord.
You know the other thing I'm going to say about Texas? Colgate's not a terrible team. The toothpaste, they're not terrible.
Oh, my God.
They're not a terrible team.
Toothpaste.
Oh, my God.
I'm just saying, like, if you're looking at fun games, like
okay, all right, fair enough.
Texas is going to win that game, but Colgate is a fun team to watch.
You better watch out for that fresh team.
The toothpaste.
All right, the toothpaste. All right, let's shift gears. Where are we going next? Bottom line, Casey, you think you have, and again, I'm not holding you to this.
Yeah.
For each of you, just give me the name of the school who comes out of that region. Not holding you to it. You can change your picks by tomorrow. But your gut tells you what?
I am going to say Houston and Xavier play in the Elite Eight, and I'm probably going to pick Houston there.
Okay. Casey?
I'm going to say Texas and Iowa just to make things a little interesting.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Texas and Iowa.
All right. I don't think that's a stretch.
No, I don't think so either. It just depends on if Iowa gets hot, That's all.
What you're capable of doing. Okay, I kind of like Houston. I mean, I'm going with the top two there. I like Houston and I like Texas. And at the end of the day, I don't like Texas. I don't like Texas.
I don't really either.
No, I mean, and I just don't like the University of Texas. I just don't like them. Oh, I don't like them. So there's no way in hell, even though they're in the Big 12.
Horns down.
Even though they're in the Big 12, I think that would count for something when they get into a big game against Houston. But I think without a doubt, Houston, if Sasser plays, Houston they are so much like the old UC teams under Bob Huggins. They are a rugged, physical, defensive, rebounding, tough team. I like their makeup. I like their coach. All right, what's next?
Let's go down to the bottom quadrant, the West.
The West, where we have Kansas number 1, UCLA. To me, this is the toughest region.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Without a doubt.
No question.
100%.
Because for Gonzaga, the way Gonzaga is playing right now, UCLA got the 2, even though Jalen Clark, the Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year, is out for the season. And that really stinks for Mick Cronin. I mean, Mick Cronin now has been a part of staffs where he was on Huggins' staff when Kenyon Martin broke his leg, right? Looked like the best team. I think somebody could argue that if Jalen Clark doesn't get hurt, you could make an argument that UCLA would be right there with Alabama for the best team in the tournament coming into the tournament. But that didn't happen. They don't have him, so we'll see what happens. But they're not the same UCLA team. Kansas, again, interesting team. Defending champ. Get boat raced in the Big 12 Conference Tournament, basically on their home floor. They have had 3 or 4 games this season where they have just been annihilated by teams.
Yeah.
Not lost. I mean, they lost at Fog Allen to TCU by, 25, 30? They had some of those lay an egg kind of games. And I think Kansas is more than capable of laying an egg. Although I don't know at the end of the day if there's anybody on that side of the bracket, Paul, that can beat them. UConn can't beat Kansas.
Oh,
Come on. They're not going to beat
I
Kansas.
think UCLA could.
I'm saying on the top half.
On the top half.
Top half.
I'm out on St. Mary's. If you've been listening to me all year, I'm out on St.
Yeah,
Mary's.
for sure.
I'm out on St. Mary's. I think this is a good setup for UConn to get to the Sweet 16, especially in Albany where the UConn fans will travel. I'm out on St. Mary's. I really am. They're going all the way across the country. They're playing in Albany. I'm out on that. Arkansas, Illinois, that's boring.
Some
who
people,
cares?
Paul, though, some of the guys yesterday on ESPN and CBS said, that Arkansas-Illinois game, that winner could present some challenges. You're not buying it?
I mean, maybe. I just really like what Kansas is this year. I know they've laid some clunkers, but I like Kansas. I like Kansas to get to the Sweet 16 there. I like UConn there too, and I wouldn't be shocked. Here's the thing with UConn. What are you going to get out of them? Are they going to play their best game?
Right.
Because if they're going to play their best game, if they're going to play like they did in November or the late part of February, then they're a Final Four team out of this region. If they're going to play like they did against Marquette or at different points in like the middle of January, early February, Rick Pitino could have their number on Friday. So I'm going to say UConn gets to the Sweet 16 here. I think St. Mary's – I think they beat St. Mary's. Kansas, though – Kansas, I'll go with them too. And then you get in. But look at all the way down. 5 of the top 11 teams on KenPom are in this region. 5 of the top 11 are in this region. UCLA could have been a 1 seed. You could have argued easily that UCLA could have been the 4th number 1 seed instead of Purdue. They're not, but they could have been. Northwestern has beaten Purdue. Gonzaga, 5 losses this year. One of those was to St. Mary's, who's in their same region. TCU has had some great wins this year. I'm glad Nevada got in the field. I didn't think Rutgers, who cares? Rutgers, Nevada, I mean, we're splitting hairs here. Arizona State beat Arizona. All the way to VCU has been feisty out of the A-10, but the A-10 stunk. All the way down this list. I mean, the Mountain West gets a team in with Boise State at the 10 line. This is a very, very fun region. Very fun region.
I look at TCU, and I mean, they lose in the Big 12 semis to Texas. And this Eddie Lampkin story is just such a sad story for everybody. If they had this guy, I think they can make a deep run. Without him, they're a very different team. They're good on defense. If they're making threes, which they rarely do, they present problems for somebody. So I don't think that's going to be necessarily a cakewalk for Gonzaga in the second round, because I don't think Gonzaga plays very many good teams. They do early in the year. They schedule out of conference very well. But it's been a long time since Gonzaga's played a juggernaut.
Well,
it's been a long time in that stinking conference they're in.
Yeah, I mean,
St. Mary's, I mean, come on.
Yeah, if you want to...
A 5 seed? They're the same as Duke?
Well, St. Mary's is the 11th team on KenPom. So they do have the resume for it. They have some wins.
Again, eye chart. Who have they beaten?
I mean, they've lost to... St. Mary's lost to Houston by 5.
I didn't ask that. I said, who have they beat?
They beat...
It's any good.
In their non-conf... I mean, this isn't gonna light you up, Tom. They beat North Texas, who's 45th.
Did you just say North Texas?
I mean, I know, yes, they are. North Texas is a good team. Beat them by 30. That final score of that game was 63-33. Vanderbilt, they beat. Vanderbilt was not playing as well then as they are now, even though, I mean, Vanderbilt's not in the tournament. Oral Roberts, they beat in their first game. But, I mean, no, I'm with you. That's why I said. Now, they did beat, St. Mary's did beat Gonzaga. So they beat them in overtime, and that was an incredible game in Moraga. But that goes back to how much stock you're going to put into St. Mary's and Gonzaga. I hate sitting here and just writing off the WCC because Gonzaga's played in 2 title games in the last decade. I hate sitting here and doing that, but I just look at a team like St. Mary's that isn't as consistent as Gonzaga is in that success at the top. and I just don't see them getting past UConn. I just don't.
Okay.
You know, one thing that I just now noticed when I did my first draft, I don't have an upset on this side of the bracket. I have 1 and 2 playing in the final, or the Elite Eight, Kansas and UCLA, but that entire west side, I'm going to just pull it up real quick. I don't have a upset. I have UCLA winning. I've got Northwestern winning, Gonzaga winning, TCU winning, UConn, St. Mary's, Arkansas, Kansas. Like, it's all the way through. I got them going all the way. And then Kansas.
Chalk!
I got Kansas in the Final Four.
Wow.
But that is going to be a tough – that's a tough game, honestly, to predict if you're going to go Kansas versus UCLA. It's really a roll of the dice, honestly.
This is going to be a disaster of a region to try and pick.
Yeah.
I'm going to spend 4 days trying to pick this whole thing. It's going to go to shreds.
Because for me, I think you could make it, at least for me, the toughest game to pick in this entire tournament, for me, is Gonzaga against UCLA.
Yeah.
That, to me, is going to be the most difficult game to pick a winner. Gonzaga's playing great, but, I mean, look, they've been a lot of this all year, too. UCLA has played great all year. And we know all about Mick Cronin teams. They're grimy. They're tough. They got great senior leaders. That Tiger Campbell, total gamer. Give me that guy. Give me that guy. At 28 the other night. But to me, the winner of that game is going to beat Kansas to get to the Final Four. Either UCLA or Gonzaga.
So, Tom, I just wanted to confirm this. You have Gonzaga beating TCU then?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I don't hope that happens. And I think TCU, again, because of – I think it's going to be really interesting to watch. And, Paul, we talked about this last year with the Big Ten. They got all the teams in. They lay an egg, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the Big 12 is up here and everybody else is down here, right, to different levels. It's going to be really interesting because there's two ways of looking at this. One would be you've played really good teams pretty much every game. I mean, even when Oklahoma State was left out of the tournament, and you can make an argument that they should have been in the tournament, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no layup in that league. Texas Tech might be the closest thing to a layup, and they're not a layup. So you were playing every game. You were playing, pick somebody. You were playing, somebody like in the ACC. You're not playing Boston College.
Yeah.
You're not playing Butler. There's none of that in the Big 12. So the two ways of looking at it is, one, you've played great competition all year long, so you're going to be ready to handle whatever team from another conference that you're going to play in a tournament. The other side of it is, how much have you been worn down by a war every night, right?
Yeah.
And conversely for Gonzaga, okay, you haven't played great competition. You're finally getting it together, and they're going to walk into this tournament certainly not worn down, nor will UCLA. UCLA will not walk into this tournament worn down from a grueling conference schedule. Kansas, grueling conference schedule. UCLA v. Gonzaga, that's a game. All right, let's take a break, and we got 2 more regions to go. Are you guys tired of this yet or no?
No.
Absolutely not, Tom. This is the best
Paul,
time
you
of
could
the
talk
year.
about this for days, couldn't you?
I could.
Huh?
I could and I will. All right.
All right, let's take a break. We'll be back in a moment.
It's that time of the show, the Ham and Eggers. These guys are great, trust me, I would know. I introduce all the best segments.
All right. Well, the Bearcats report. UC, their season's not over. Playing at 9 on Wednesday night. Playing against Virginia Tech in the NIT.
Did they accept the bid then to go to the NIT? I thought
did.
I saw something that they weren't going to.
No, they did. Dayton, it's funny. Dayton put out a statement that said they had declined all postseason invitations, but I don't think Dayton was going to get into the NIT anyway. So I'm wondering if that was just a preemptive, you know what, we're getting out ahead of this, because the timing of that statement from Dayton when the teams were notified that they had to accept or decline a bid, it didn't really all line up. I'm wondering if Dayton just put that out there to say, you know what, we're done. Regardless, don't know if they were ever even offered a bid or not. But you see, they did. They got seeded. They're 4th seed. They are playing in the NIT. They'll play at 9 o'clock at Fifth Third Arena on Wednesday night. That'll be against Virginia Tech. The Bearcats Report is brought to you by Encore Technologies. Encore Technologies provides IT solutions for a data-centered world with a suite of services from mobile computing to desktop to data center, supporting both centralized and work-from-home computing models to improve efficiency and
productivity.
Glad you didn't forget in my time away.
Well, I was doing.
You were pitching the other way?
Yeah. I was,
all right, good.
I was in your seat.
You were pitching the other way. Okay, I like it. Visit Encore.tech. The path to innovation begins here. There is also a new premium alkaline water out, and it's right here in front of me. It's Pawnee. Made in Hamilton, Ohio, Pawnee uses natural limestone filtration, unlike the artificial processing that many other brands use. The result is a healthy alkaline water that is also the best tasting water in the world. Visit their website at pawneewater.com. That's PAHHNI water.com to see where you can buy this great tasting water. PAHHNI water.com. Bet with Betfred. Get your coffee from UDF. Drink Pawnee water and get your technology solutions from Encore.tech. Casey, was there anything else I missed that I need to be caught up on?
I think we are announcing what we plan to do for a watch party for the tournament. I think we're going to do something Thursday, possibly Friday. Everyone stick around to find out. I think we're going to announce it on Box Lunch. I could be mistaken, but I'm sure Trace will correct me or someone will correct me in the comments here. I do believe that we're going to announce what we're going to do sometime here today. So keep your ears open, your eyes peeled for any of those announcements coming up soon.
So what is this in regard to? Us going on the road?
Yeah.
Or their show going on the road?
No, I think it's just a watch party. I could be wrong, though.
Okay. All right. Okay. So it'd be a daytime deal. Is that the thinking, you think?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And don't forget, although Brandon and I are not drinking, Friday is St. Patrick's Day. I had a fascinating conversation with one of your Catholic brethren, Paul.
Okay.
Who is the athletic director at Marymount High School. He's won the Ohio Athletic Director of the Year numerous times. Thom, one of my favorite people in the world. Marymount is basically like a private school as far as sports are concerned. Multiple state championships. It's unbelievable what they do for such a small school. Got about 110, 115 kids in a graduating class, and their sports success is mind-boggling. But he was sharing with me the other day, I had to MC a big fundraiser, okay, for the Marymount Arts and Athletics on Saturday night. It was a phenomenal event, great event. So I'm doing the live auction stuff and blah, blah, blah. So I had started the night when I got on the microphone sharing with the audience, the overwhelming majority of which were already about 4 or 5 drinks in to the night, alcohol drinks. So I had shared that I wasn't in a very good mood because I had given up alcohol for Lent, okay? And we've had this discussion on the show before, right? You know, and I'm walking that fine line. I started early and, you know, he shared with me. Now, we know the origination of Lent, of Jesus going off with Satan for 40 days and avoiding all temptation. And that's the foundation of Lent. But he shared with me that in the Catholic version of Lent, help me here now, but this is what he said to me, made me feel actually pretty good, right? That Sundays technically are celebration feast days. So whatever it is you're giving up, help me here now, is this right? Is he right?
It is true.
So if you've given up whatever, right? Sweets, cigarettes, alcohol, whatever it might be, right?
Yeah.
If you've given those up, that Sunday, because actually it's 46 total days,
Yeah.
right? So Lent is 40 days. You're getting 6 days of a quote-unquote pass. Is that true or false?
That is spot on, Tom. Spot on accurate. So you got all tanked up is what you're telling me.
No. I'm saying I was looking at this whole thing because of, if you remember, some of you may not, I'm going on our son's senior spring break, okay?
Yes.
In like 2 weeks. So I started Lent 5 days beforehand, okay? And then I've still got, when I get back, about 8 days on the backside because Easter isn't until, I think, April the 8th this year with Good Friday the 6th.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm still going to adhere to the non-drinking, but I was wondering if there was some little sliver in there, whether I could sneak in over a 4-day time frame a few beers on spring break.
I think
He basically gave me a green light, but I'm not Catholic, which is I don't know actually gives me a green light.
yeah, I don't know about that. I think that's a personal conversation between you and the Lord.
He made me feel better, though,
He is right.
for just thinking about it.
No, he is right.
Okay.
All right, we ready to move on to the
Let's
the
move
other two
on.
quadrants?
Let's move on. Let's move on.
All right. Bottom left, out of the East. Purdue. We're doing this. Are we doing this? I think we're doing this.
We're doing this.
All right, Purdue.
Okay.
Out of the top, Purdue. Memphis and Florida Atlantic, this is a real bummer. This is a massive bummer that this game is an 8-9 game. Florida Atlantic, you could have made an argument they should have been a 7 seed maybe. Either way, you get stuck with a 1 or a 2 seed in the second round. But this stinks that this game is in the first round, but it will be a very good game nonetheless. That's the 8-9 game. I don't know who I'm going to pick there. Just root for a ton of fun. Duke and Oral Roberts, sure, that's the 5-12. A lot of people are going to pick Oral Roberts in that game. I think Duke gets to the Sweet 16 here. I think, although I'm not as high on Duke as you are, Tom, I do think they get to the Sweet 16. Duke is probably going to be a pretty popular Elite 8 pick because people are going to pick either Memphis or Florida Atlantic to beat Purdue in the second round. I'm not going to do that, but I think a lot of people will. And then out of that, you would say, okay, Duke's probably going to beat one of those two teams in the Sweet 16. That would leave Duke in the Elite 8. I think Duke got a fairly good draw here, especially with the way Tennessee's been playing and no Sakai Ziegler either. Not a bad draw for Duke. Kentucky. You talk about storylines. You talk about fun things here. Bryce Hopkins transfers from Kentucky to Providence. Bryce Hopkins' revenge game here on Friday in Greensboro. That's in prime time. I think it's at 7:15. I have no idea what we're going to see out of this Kentucky team on Friday. The Wildcats are better at every position probably than Providence is. That's a game Kentucky needs to win. But with Ed Cooley, I know Providence hasn't had a ton of success in the NCAA tournament. They made the Sweet 16 last year.
That's pretty good success. Sweet
16.
But
but before that, we're talking about Providence teams that have been very good that have not had a ton of success. Really, overall, the Big East, outside of Villanova and Xavier, they don't have a ton of tournament success. Butler has a Sweet 16. Creighton made a Sweet 16. Providence made a Sweet 16. But I don't think anybody else has multiple Sweet 16s since realignment. I'm looking at Marquette down there at the bottom. I think Marquette has about the best draw you can. Marquette, honestly, has one of the best draws in the entire tournament, in my mind. USC and Michigan State, I'm out on both of them. Marquette, I'm putting through Marquette into the Sweet 16. I think Marquette's got a great draw against either one of, Kentucky, Kansas State. And then look, if it got to Providence, those are two Big East teams there. If Providence was able to pull something crazy off, I love Marquette's draw. I really do. I think that I think that's a really good draw for Marquette. I'm just kind of out on Kentucky being able to make a deep run because they have the talent to do it, but they've just shown absolutely zero consistency to give anybody any faith that they can do this when it counts. That's my thoughts on this region.
Okay. Casey?
Yeah, I'm just looking back at my draft here, and I have Purdue losing to Memphis, but I don't have a lot of faith in that. I really thought that they could be a not out of this weekend sort of deal here, but it just doesn't shape up to be like that. I think they're going to go to the Sweet 16. And then I really like Duke. I think they have a favorable matchup to meet up against Purdue. I really like Marquette as well. Same thing that Paul just referenced here. And I don't believe in Kentucky either. I just don't know where they lose. I don't know if that's the first week or the first game or if it's the second game. I can't really decide. It's really tough for me to decide that game in particular. The other game that I'm having a tough time really figuring out is the Michigan State USC game.
God, that game stinks.
That's a tough one.
Why does that game stink?
Why
does that game stink?
Stinks. It's just I'm just out on both of those teams. But it's Tom Izzo, who knows?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of where I think. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm out on both teams making a deep push. So I like looking at it. Obviously, I feel like Marquette's going to make it to probably the Elite Eight. I think that's where I got Marquette at. I don't know if they're going to be playing. I don't think they're going to be playing Kentucky for the Sweet 16. I think they'll probably play Kansas State. And these aren't like set in stone for me, but right now my Elite Eight in that region is Duke and Marquette. Those are my two. I think Duke has really found itself, and they're playing really well towards the end of the stretch, and that's what really matters when it comes right down to it. When teams play really well at the end, they can make a push.
I mean, Duke hasn't lost since they got screwed at Virginia on February 11th.
Right. So I'm just, I'm really high on Duke on this one.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. I got Duke and Marquette in the Elite Eight.
The best opening round game is Duke Oral Roberts. Could you make an argument for that? As far as just interesting, right? Because everybody's been talking. Paul, you were talking about Oral Roberts last week.
Yeah.
Right?
Max Asmus.
I mean, they've had an unbelievable year.
Yeah.
It's an interesting first-round game.
Very interesting. Very intriguing. I do think I have the same the same Elite Eight here as Casey does. I think it's Marquette and Duke.
You think it's Marquette and Duke?
Yep, I have the same one.
All right. I like Marquette there and Purdue. I like Duke.
You like Purdue.
I'm telling you, after watching Purdue, I don't know how anybody in the country, and I know they lost 5 games. I don't know how anybody in the country stops Edey.
I will say
this guy is sick.
I don't disagree with you. When I looked at this bracket, I just don't see how Purdue doesn't make it out of the first 2 games. I think they make it out of this weekend. It's just after that. And I don't know. I don't feel like Duke poses a major threat to Purdue. I just think Duke has been more on fire than Purdue has as of late. It's a really tough one. I can see where your head is at, Tom, because I don't think there's really anyone except maybe Tennessee, and they haven't really done much either to make you believe that.
Well, they're just too injured. I think we would be having a much deeper conversation about Tennessee right now if they had all their players, because there was a point in time this year. Correct me if I'm wrong. They were ranked number 1 at one point in time this year, right? When they had everybody.
Yeah, and then now Takai Ziegler's not playing, and they just kind of, as you would say, Tom, a little tired.
Where do you have Purdue? Do you have them playing against Duke then?
If Duke's making the Elite Eight, then yeah. I think Duke. The reason I would pick Duke to win that game is because I think Duke wins whoever comes out of that Purdue pod. So that's sometimes how I do the bracket, where I think to myself, all right, well, if Purdue maybe doesn't win against Memphis or FAU, then I'm not going to pick Purdue to then go to the Elite Eight, because then I'm 2 rounds behind on the picks. And I think Duke would because that's the other thing you got to remember is when you think about these teams like Florida Gulf Coast that make the Sweet 16 all those times, these Cinderella teams that might get hot and win their first two games, sometimes it's tough on a quick turnaround to prepare for those teams. But then when you give a team like Duke a week to prepare for that next game, then it's a different story. I think that Duke would beat either of those teams. I don't know if Duke beats Purdue, but I'm not 100% sold that Purdue gets there anyway. Purdue does have the opportunity to play in Columbus, which is nice. But here's the other thing, Tom. Duke, Kentucky, Madison Square Garden in the Elite Eight. That's where this that's where this East region is. Duke and Kentucky at Madison Square Garden. That is the NCAA tournament's dream scenario.
There's no doubt if they had to pick two teams for television ratings purposes, that would be the matchup CBS would want. They'll never tell you that. They'll never admit it, but it's true. I want to put that graphic up one more time because for me, there are three sleeper teams in this region that I think could make a run. I think Memphis is really good.
I do too.
I mean, I think Memphis is really, really good. I would watch Memphis here. I did pick Purdue, but the three sleeper teams for me in this region are Memphis, Kentucky, and we've not even mentioned Kansas State. Kansas State is a legit number 3 seed.
They are.
They are legit. 23-9 playing in that league. I mean, look at some of the other teams and their overall losses and the conferences that they play in. Just on that graphic alone. Providence loses 11 in the SEC, okay? And all these leagues are not as good as the Big 12. Kentucky loses 11 in the SEC. You know, not Purdue, they're in a whole different galaxy, and Marquette as well. But, you know, Michigan State losing 12 in the Big 10. For Kansas State to have 9 losses in that league, that's a big-time season. I wouldn't count them out. Could you see them beating? I could see them beating Kentucky in the second round. Couldn't you? And getting to the Sweet 16?
Tom, I could see Kentucky laying an egg against Providence.
I could too.
Yeah. Like, I mean, nothing would surprise me with this Kentucky team.
You're right.
If you and I are sitting here 2 weeks from today saying that Kentucky is going to the Final Four 2 weeks from today, I'd say, well, yeah, they had the reigning National Player of the Year from last year. They had a bunch of guards that got hot at the right time. They went to the Final Four. If you and I are sitting here next 1 week from right now saying, man, Bryce Hopkins scored 25 and Kentucky lost by 10 to Providence in round 1, I'm going, well, yeah, we kind of saw that all season coming from Kentucky.
Great point.
Yeah, so just to kind of give an overall view on how I had the breakdown, I had Purdue losing to Memphis, which we talked about Memphis there for a moment.
Yep.
I've got Providence beating Kentucky the very first game, and I have Kansas State and Marquette playing against each other in the Sweet 16. Just to kind of round out the whole conversation, I think we're all kind of on the same wavelength on that. But, yeah, I won't be surprised either if Kentucky.
So then what, you have Duke playing who, Memphis? Sweet 16?
Yeah, I have Duke playing Memphis in the Sweet 16.
Okay. All right. We're going to reveal all of these. What do we decide? Is it tomorrow or is it going to be Thursday? We're revealing our brackets.
That's a good question.
Let's do it tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure yet what my travel schedule is with getting down to Greensboro for Xavier. So let's do it tomorrow. I'll be 100% be here tomorrow. So let's make sure we do that.
Okay. All right. That's
Yeah,
fine.
let's do that.
Casey, you good with that?
Yeah, I'm good with that. I already made a first draft, so.
Okay. I'll have to spend some time with Brenny Locks tonight, see how that works out.
Brenny Locks, let's get his picks.
My dad, by the way, is going to reveal picks. He's going to do a pick for us, okay?
Okay.
And I'm going to ask the Tracer to do that for tomorrow.
Yes.
I think that might be some fun.
That'll be fun.
That'd be fun.
Because he's going to pick based on his storylines, whatever he comes up with.
Lord knows where that goes.
And
okay, now we get to the South region.
The last quadrant.
Now,
last region.
I think you could make the argument, tell me if you guys agree, I think you can make the argument that the 1 and 2 seeds are the top 2 1 and 2 seeds from any region here.
Do you remember?
Yay or nay?
Yes. I have been saying for weeks that I am bound and determined to pick Arizona about 2 or 3 rounds too far in this tournament. And I'm going to do it because where do they lose? Maybe Utah State if they get hot. But Arizona's going to Sacramento. They're going to have their fans there. Then they're going to go to the Sweet 16. They're going to potentially play Creighton or Baylor. Both of those teams are very solid offensive teams. Creighton's a better defensive team than Baylor is. I had been high on Baylor. I had been really high on Baylor. My intrigue with Baylor has slowly waned in the last 2 weeks or so.
They have sort of wilted here down the stretch.
Yeah, kind of wilted here in the last couple of weeks. I'm not as high on Baylor as I had been. I am bound and determined to find Arizona here in the Elite Eight. I would love to pick them into the Final Four, but I think Alabama is so good. I think Alabama is a really, really good basketball team, and there's nobody at the top of that bracket that gives me any concern.
What about Huggy? What about Huggy?
West Virginia.
You're ruling out Huggy Bear.
Huggy gives me a whole lot more concern than Maryland does, but I'm not sure either one of those teams beat Alabama. But
I think it's a close game. I think that would be
of those, honestly,
game.
of those top teams, I would say probably West Virginia. If they weren't going to make it, if Alabama was going to get picked off by somebody, it's not going to be Virginia. It's not going to be Charleston. It's not going to be Furman.
It's not going to be San Diego State.
It's not
5 seed.
San Diego State
Come on.
does. Well, if you're talking about
Duke. I mean, come on. Come on. San Diego State and St. Mary's a 5.
Well,
come on.
Tom, you're just saying that because they're on the West Coast.
No, I'm not. I just talked up UCLA and Gonzaga.
Well, I know.
I talked them up. I talked up USC when you beat them down.
I know.
Believe it or not. And I never say anything nice about USC, ever.
That's true.
Ever.
I think when you're talking, the thing with San Diego State is that they're a better West Virginia than West Virginia is. Like when you think about a Huggins team that kind of grinds you down and defends and like maybe doesn't score a ton, San Diego State is a better version of that. So if you're going to pick it there, maybe you pick San Diego State.
That's fair assessment.
But Charleston's also a really good mid-major. Like if you're looking at 5-12 seeds, Pat Kelsey at Charleston.
Leader of men.
Pat Kelsey. I would not be shocked if Charleston won that first game. So that's where I say, again, that I don't want to pick a team too far if they were to lose early, in the sense that, like, I don't want to advance San Diego State to the Elite Eight thinking they can upset Alabama if I'm also thinking there's a good chance they might lose in their first game. A 12 seed has won. Nick Kirby would know this stat better than I would.
It's a high amount. It's like 7 out of 12.
They're 21-19 in their last 40 games. 5 seeds are.
That started to sort of, right.
They're 21-19 in their last 40 games, where you're going to see a 12 seed win almost every year, if not every year. So where do you pick your spot? Maybe this is that spot, and that's why it kind of gives me some pause to pick San Diego State too far in this. I do think San Diego State would have a good shot against Virginia if that matchup got there. But I also think Furman is a very, very good team out of the Southern Conference to play Virginia. The 4-13 and the 5-12 in this South region are very, very intriguing to me. And I just think that Alabama, there might be too much movement there between the 4 and 5 games that I think Alabama is going to find itself. And plus they're playing in Birmingham. I mean, look at that. You're going to say that Maryland or West Virginia is going to go down to Alabama and outdraw, the Crimson Tide fans in Birmingham. That's not happening. That's going to be a home game for the first 2 games. Bama easily into the Sweet 16, and then from there we talk about it next week.
Well, to me, top to bottom, after the top 2 seeds, this is by far the weakest region of all of them, because Baylor has had a great year, but they're not the Baylor that won it all 2 years ago. They're not that team. We talked about they've wilted down the stretch. And, you get San Diego State is a 5 there compared to, say, Duke in another region who's a 5. I just think after the top 2 there are a lot of questions on how far 3, 4, 5, as you just pointed out, are going to advance it on that side. Casey, your thoughts on the South region?
Yeah, I have Alabama making it to the Final Four. I do have that.
Yep.
I could not pick my spot for Arizona because I think, like, I kind of been heeding Paul's warning about picking them too far. So I have them losing to Baylor, and I'm just not comfortable or happy with that pick there. I don't know. I mean, I didn't do a very good job on this region.
Well, you haven't revealed it yet.
You got a day. We gotta work through. We got some drafts. We gotta
through it.
You gotta get in the lab.
You're not
Casey.
grinding yet, Casey.
Yeah, I gotta do some work on this one. I just knew that I was gonna pick Alabama to go all the way. So that's pretty much my only thing there is Alabama. I don't know much about Charleston. I'm gonna have to do some research on that.
They're fun.
Kelsey
Chevrolet
and the Furman, because I do not believe in Virginia. I'll tell you that much. So that might be where I pick my upset in this bracket.
Speaking my language, Casey.
But I just did not have a very good time picking this bracket out because now I'm starting to have second thoughts about Creighton after we've had these discussions about Creighton and NC State. I know it's the ACC, but I don't know. The eye test tells you that Creighton hasn't really won anything, but they're really good in Kim Pom and every other metric, so that's a really tough one. But, yeah, I think the overall thought, though, that everyone has, Alabama's going to probably make it to the Final Four. And I don't think the only team that, in my opinion, on that side that poses any threat to them, West Virginia and Arizona. And I don't know if Arizona makes it that far. And, you know, if West Virginia plays them in the second game, that's going to be a fun game. It's going to be a really fun one to watch. At least I'll be excited to watch it since we've had Huggy Bear on the show. I'll be rooting for that. But other than that, I don't have much thoughts on this side just because Alabama's just really good. They're just really good.
I mean, Alabama just tore through the SEC, and the SEC had some decent teams. They may not have had a lot of great teams. Alabama's probably the only great team. But there aren't, you know, there are some teams that you better be on your game when you go play in that conference. I mean, Auburn's not an easy game. They're in the tournament. Arkansas is not an easy game. They're in the tournament. Kentucky, you don't know what you're going to get. Vanderbilt is proven, even though they didn't make the tournament. So, you know, they tore through that thing, and they lose 2 games. They're basically playing on their home floors, a home game, first 2 rounds of the tournament. Thing that concerns me about Arizona, as it always does, seeming with Arizona, is they can score a ton. The big man's a great player. Great player.
Tubelis and
Great
Omar
player.
Ballo. Yeah.
But they don't guard anybody. I mean, you know, I think I read where they're like 79th in defense over the last 10, 11, 12 games of the year. They don't guard anybody. Now, you know, against a team like UCLA, you know, they could just go out there and score and they win the Pac-12 championship game. So I don't know if anybody can handle Alabama in that region.
I don't either. I think Alabama has a very, very good setup into the Final Four. They're in the South, so they go right there up to from Birmingham to Louisville. I think they got a good setup.
All right, so tomorrow we reveal our picks. Tomorrow we'll have Paul Doherty with us. We'll also have Tracy Jones. I'm going to ask those guys to take pictures of their Final Four. On Wednesday, we're going to be joined by Jay Morrison to talk more because that's the first real big day. There's going to be some news that's going to be breaking here over the next 24, 48 hours. For sure, a lot of big stories over the next 24, 48 hours. Marty Brennaman will join us at 11 o'clock on Wednesday. One thing we did not talk about, I thought it was weak, was North Carolina turning down a bid to the NIT. I thought it was weak.
Yeah.
It's my opinion. I mean, you know, okay, down year. I get it. You're upset. You're disappointed. You're all those things. But you'd be giving your kids, and maybe the team voted. I don't know. Maybe that's what they put it up for. I have no idea. But they're not playing in it. UC is playing in it. They'll play on Wednesday night. All right, do we have a cherry on top today or no?
We do not.
Okay, we do not. So fair enough. So that means it gives us more time to check in. The band is back together again. It's been dismantled here recently because of traveling through Iowa and Danville, Illinois.
That's right.
I don't know what the hell Reed's been doing. I wondered if he drove up to Michigan and bought a bunch of gummies after that last after that prediction he made here on the comment he made in the chat about the 3 and 4 seeds, Indiana, and who was the other one?
Indiana and Xavier.
And Xavier
being
better than the top 2 seeds in their region.
You're getting on me for making statements like that. I sit down in this chair over here, Tom, and I almost sit right on the prick of this. What is this, a coat hanger? What's this about, Tom? Over here.
I don't know how that happened today.
Trying
That
to
must have
hurt me?
fallen off somewhere. I apologize. Please forgive me.
Also, what's a more outlandish statement, Tom? Me saying that Indiana and Xavier are the best seeds in their bracket, or you saying that Marymount wins state championships all the time?
All the time.
Tom, I looked up. They haven't won a football state championship.
I said certain
basketball,
sports. No, I said the
baseball,
school. So they've
soccer.
won soccer. They won
They've
2
won
years
one.
ago.
They've won one.
They won 2 years. I'm just saying, of late here, lacrosse, girls won 2 in a row. Boys have won 5. I mean, there's some state champs. Swimming, state champions, individual, all over the place. I mean, look, football, they're playing in a league where everybody is a bigger school than they are except for Deer Park. So they're playing in a conference with Wyoming, Taylor, people like that, Indian Hill, where when the tournament starts, those schools all go to D2. Marymount's playing D4, D5.
So they should be well tested when
School
it comes to
of
the playoff
Champions.
run. When it comes to the playoff run.
Like Bill Walton, the Pac-12, School of Champions. All the same sports that Marymount's winning in is what the Pac-12 wins in. Not football and basketball.
Bill Walton's an acquired taste.
He's
by the
great.
way.
I love the guy.
You can't tune into Bill Walton games and listen to like 4 minutes, because if you take it serious, you're going to drive yourself
That's
nuts.
Right.
You got to understand the bit that
That's
is.
right.
And the guy that he does it with,
Dave Pash,
he's incredibly good at making sure that
Yep.
he has his quick-witted comments to Bill, and they go back and forth, and they do an unbelievable job. It's almost more humorous than, this real serious.
It's like a talk show, a shtick is what it is.
No doubt it's a shtick.
Yeah, and Dave Pash, he's a longtime radio voice of the Arizona Cardinals. In the NFL, has been doing ESPN stuff forever. Great announcer, even better guy. And yeah, I mean, to hear him tell stories about Walton, and when Walton walks into these arenas and these gyms for practices and shoot-arounds, and it's unbelievable. Anyway, all right, so boys, there's lots to talk about today. What is and I know you're going to get to it here in a second. Anything from our show you want to comment on besides Reed's comments? Your Kansas Jayhawks, a little worried? A little worried?
Worried is not the right term.
Okay.
I would
Concerned?
say slightly concerned. However, last year, if you were around me, these guys know I said all along Kansas wasn't as good as I thought they were, and they ended up winning the national championship. Now, part of that is because I went back and looked through it. They got to play a lot of Big East teams. So this year it doesn't look like we get to play a lot of Big East teams. I would love for Kansas to be able to roll through that conference. But this year it doesn't look like we get to, so I'm a little concerned, yeah.
Trace was funny last year. He said, he's like, Kansas isn't very good. But I'll tell you what, Kentucky, they're going to make a run. They're going to make a run at the whole thing. They lose the first round to St. Peter's. Kansas wins the whole thing. I do have one comment on the show, and that is, Paul, when talking about Xavier's region, you quickly said that Texas is the best team in the region. You can make a very good argument about that. And then about 10 minutes later, you're like, I'm out on Texas. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Those seem to be conflicting
thoughts.
thoughts.
Now that you say that, I guess I didn't realize I said that. But I would be willing to listen to an argument that Texas is the best team, based on the fact that they won the Big 12 by 20.
Best team doesn't always win, does it, Paul?
Points, but
that's the problem when you're too close to the fire with these brackets, man. You start to realize that,
You're right.
You know too much. You're like, you look too much into these things.
But I think it is safe to say that Texas may be more than any other team. Maybe more than any other team. They are one you look at. Now, I don't know if Paul would agree with this or not. I don't think Marquette, for example, is a 2 seed. I would be surprised if they won the national championship. I'd be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they got to the Final Four. But I'd be surprised if they won the whole thing. Although that Kolick kid, I mean, for me, you give me one player in college basketball that I got to have on my team, I'm taking that.
More than Edie?
I want that guy. Gamer. My kind of player right there, man. Every kid should be that kind of player. Of course, being 7'4", 270 is not bad.
Huh.
All right, but Texas is the team that I think you could say more than any of the top 2 seeds in any region. Would you agree with this statement? I could see them losing their second game and could see them going to the national championship.
Right.
You agree with that?
Yeah, pretty fickle team.
Because they're a weird team.
Pretty fickle team.
Yeah.
I still think that about Purdue. I mean, like, if Purdue wins the whole dang thing, I wouldn't be surprised. If Purdue loses their second round, wouldn't be surprised. Purdue is the team I can't figure out.
Well, that's because you don't like them. I mean, at least
Purdue.
I admit teams I don't like up here. You're an Indiana guy. You don't like Purdue.
Purdue, yeah. I was hoping that we'd get a third matchup between IU and Purdue, so the Hoosiers and Trace Jackson Davis and Mike Woodson NBA could put down the Boilermakers for a third time.
I'm going to ask this last question before I turn it over to you because I'm serious when I ask this question because I've not watched a lot, but I said I watched a lot this weekend, right? What kind of game happens when Purdue loses? They don't make their outside shots?
Yeah. No, Zach Edey. Yes, partly that. Partly the guards don't show up because that's basically what it is. It's kind of that kick into Edey, kick out from there. But like what Northwestern did, and I've talked about this a ton, it's like what Northwestern did, which is what kind of laid out the blueprint. Chris Collins brought a double from every different side of the court. So usually what the teams had done earlier in the year was they would double Edey when he got down in the post, but they'd bring a second player down, and it was always the same second player. So what Edey would do is he'd just kick it out, find the open guy, they'd hit a 3. Well, from there, Chris Collins at Northwestern started bringing a different player every time he touched the ball from a different side of the court. So Edey never knew where that open guy was, and he constantly turned the ball over. That's where I say if you don't have that effective guy to go down there and do that, and if you're not communicating defensively, if you can't recover, then it's still going to be a matchup nightmare for you because he's going to be 7'4", and he's going to be able to find these guards that can hit shots. I do think Purdue makes the Sweet 16. I'm not sure how much farther they go than that.
Okay. All right.
Purdue stinks.
All right. All right, boys. It's time for Box Lunch. We thank all of you for joining us. Casey, Brandon, Paul, thank you.
No problem, Tom.
Casey, do not put yourself in a position where you're sitting down there tonight with your bride-to-be and literally your brain explodes all over the kitchen thinking about this. Because I can tell you're already deep in the weeds on this thing.
Yeah.
I mean, deep in the weeds. I'm a little worried.
I mean, I
can see your brain spinning. I can see stuff bubbling. And, I mean, just
gears are turning.
Okay?
Hang on.
Relax.
You see that right there on the side of the screen?
Uh-oh.
Casey's raise.
Uh-oh.
That has a lot to do with it.
The computer?
Right, no, look at the look at the graphic.
On the J bar,
look at the graphic up there. On the J bar.
This right there.
Casey's raise.
It has a lot to do with this bracket.
Wow, I can't wait to hear about this. All right, it's time. I've already taken up enough of their time. Let's throw it over to Trace Fowler, Reed Mouse, and the boys. Box Lunch. Have a good rest of your day. Stay right here.
I must admit, I didn't think much of this show the first time I laid eyes on it. Seemed like a bunch of stiffs wasting nice
Worst
microphones.
trade of all time happened back in 1803. Go ahead. Napoleon Bonaparte traded the Louisiana Purchase for $3 million. Napoleon, what happened? Half the country for $3 million. You can't even get Tucker Barnhart for $3 million.
Then I came to realize these guys are funny.
And Justin Fields have identical stats the last 5 weeks about throwing the football. This guy, okay,
And
folks,
are
is a
some of the
fidget
best
spinner.
gamblers I've come to know.
If you're betting on USC
and or TCU, let it be known you are a square.
TCU is going to hammer this team tomorrow night.
I hate to hear that.
Tomorrow
when we come back
afternoon.
in here on Monday, you're going to be happy as a lark because USC lost, but you're going to be wrong about TCU.
Get ready for the most useless hour of your day. It's time for Boxed Lunch, presented by Betfred Sportsbook. Now, Casey, run that track.
We're going to let it run anyways. Maybe it's copyrighted. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But that song is embedded into the brain of pure excitement. And if you don't know what that song is, then I don't know what to tell you other than just start watching some basketball in March and you will quickly grow to love that song. I got like a little bit of a weird cough this morning. Hopefully I don't get anybody sick. However, this is Box Lunch presented by Betfred Sportsbook. And I got to be frank, I plan to take some money from Mr. Fred over the month of March. There's a good chance, though, that he probably takes some money from me as well. Usually how this thing goes. However, we are back. We've been gone for quite some time, been running around. All of us are doing different things. And we have a bracket challenge. So, Casey, I don't know if you have that link. Please pin that link inside of the chat if you don't mind. We are going to do something relatively special. That is the bracket. However, Casey will take that link to get into that bracket. We're going to make it free. And I think, I'm going to let the chat decide. I think that we should have someone that wins, they get something they keep for the year, and then they have to return it every year. And whether we make that a big trophy, Thom said it should be a belt. We'll leave it open to judgment as far as what we think that the actual winner should take home. Clearly, obviously, everybody always brings money into these things. I don't know if that's something that we probably are going to do for legal reasons. And if you want to gamble, then you just go to Betfred Sportsbook and gamble regardless.
So first off, I can't pin it because the link is too long.
The link is too long. Well, I'm going to tell you about something here, Casey, on the fly. There's something called Bitly and a URL shortener. So if you take that URL and you take it to Bitly, put it inside of Bitly, shorten it, and then throw it into the chat. Hopefully that should work. I do know this. We do need to get a new intro into this show. I think we got plenty of sound bites to probably make a new intro. That new intro will happen next week. Let's shoot for next week. The reality is we're understaffed here. We're a little understaffed, a little undermanned, and or not enough talent around here. Maybe it's a little bit of both. I'm not sure.
Definitely not enough talent.
That's definitely part of it as well. However, this Thursday, we are going to go to Wings and Rings on 747 in Westchester, and we are going to do a live show out of there. Now, the show starts at 10 a.m. usually. We're going to have a discussion in here later today on what that looks like. I think we're going to maybe push the show back to 11, run the show all the way up till 12:30. I think the first tip's 12:35 on Thursday, and then we're going to do some live sweat bets, whatever term you'd like to use. But we're going to put some substantial money on a few of those early games to try to get the adrenaline pumping.
Oh, baby.
Responsibly,
Little
of course.
appetizer?
Appetizer, you know?
Ooh.
No better place to be for an appetizer than Wings and Rings. Clearly not Buffalo Wild Wings, to make sure we're all clear. We've already talked enough about them on this show. So when we get that link in there, please go ahead and click it. I can see it in there now. And I'm not sure exactly what the price should be. I have a thought. The thought is that Chatterbox invests into I don't want to say a significant amount of money, but a good amount of money. We'll put a good amount of money into a trophy and or Thom said a championship belt. What do you guys think? What should be the title winner? I'd like for them to keep the trophy. They can show it off during, whatever, the holidays, Thanksgiving. I'm talking extravagant. You know when you go to a nice restaurant and they're like, hey, would you like a dessert? And you're like, yeah, I'll take whatever, ice cream or hot fudge sundae. And they bring it out and it's just like you can share it with 12 people. And it's more of a spectacle than anything. That's what I want this trophy to be. I want it to be so ridiculous that if somebody sees it, they genuinely thought that you won the national championship. That's where I'm at with this. I like a trophy, but I'm open to other ideas. I'll throw it around the room. I haven't brought you guys in yet. What are your thoughts on what that person should win outside of just honor and integrity?
As a man who's been to several WWE events in his life, nothing would make me happier than a spinner belt. Like the Chatterbox logo in the middle, it spins and it says Tournament Bracket Challenge underneath it. Like Thom said, championship belt, spinner style, John Cena style.
I say we just give everybody that joins the bracket group a little trophy. Participation. How about that?
I agree.
I think that would really go over well. Filled out a bracket. And then the little gymnast guy can just hold up a piece of paper.
On Thom's show, when Xavier gets knocked out of the tournament, hopefully they make it all the way. But when they get knocked out of the tournament, I'm gonna bring in a trophy for Xavier for participating in the NCAA tournament because Thom would eat that up.
2023 NCAA tournament participant.
Right, absolutely, love it.
Haven't been able to say that in the last 4 years. It's a big deal.
Hang a banner.
Belt or trophy over there at the producer table?
I'm a trophy guy.
I really liked the belt idea, but I think the participation trophy is spectacular. I think that is what we should be handing out to everyone. Just a tiny one.
A little tiny one.
Just a little tiny one.
No,
we need a trophy. Just get some medals or ribbons. That's what they did in soccer when I was a kid.
Well, we should actually, regardless of what we do, assuming that Thom doesn't win the bracket challenge, he's got to be in it. We got to put him in it. We will give him a participation trophy.
There's no doubt.
We will give him a participation trophy. That has to be a thing.
We will, actually. That's a good idea. We'll buy an extra, whatever we do, we'll get an extra one. We won't tell Thom.
Send one out to Tracy Jones.
And, yeah, we'll send one out to the folks that are all about the participation trophy life because their generation's the one that created it in the first place, and I don't know why they don't just admit to it.
On the bracket challenge, the link is in the chat right now, but if anybody's listening back on a podcast or whatever, if you just go to the tournament challenge and you search Chatterbox Sports in a group, it's the only one that pops up. So
beautiful.
You can join it.
Perfect. So we're on ESPN.
ESPN.
Bracket
ESPN.
Challenge. We're going to create the rules. We haven't finalized the rules yet, but I know I've done this a long time. These bracket challenges have been something I've been doing since I was in with all seriousness, like 5th grade and beyond. And I know that the traditional way of keeping a bracket is you get 1 point in the first round, you get 2 points, and then you get 8, then you get 12, then you get like 32 if you win it all. I don't love that method because of 2 reasons. One is I do think picking a champion is important. I don't think it should be everything because more than likely, in order to win the bracket, doing it the traditional method, you have to get the champion right or you have little to no chance of winning a bracket pool. Now, one would argue that that's the way it should be. Yeah, I believe that if you pick a vast majority of it correct and you miss out on the champion, you should still have a pretty good chance of winning. And I think you should get rewarded when you take a risk and it actually hits. So I'm of the method, and I'm not saying this is a dictatorship. We can have those that have tried both out. We can figure out what people want. However, the one that I like the most is this: you get a point per round that's associated with every win. And then you get an additional points with the differentiator of the seed. So if you pick a 16 seed to beat a 1 seed, you get 15 extra points. Have you ever played that way? Am I talking like a different language in here right now? If you pick a 10 and they beat a 7, you get 3 extra points. So you get rewarded.
So in theory, if you pick a 12 to beat a 5 in the first round, you get 7 points.
Yes.
But in the final 4, when you pick a 2 to beat a 1, you only get 1 point.
Well, you're only getting 1 extra point after you already get associated the points for winning that round in and of itself.
So in theory, picking an upset in the first round is more important than picking a team to win the final 4. To win in the final 4?
No, I don't think you're hearing me right. To be clear, you're going to have a points associated with every round. Now, how you want to divvy those out is up to you. You could make it you get 1 point for the first round, plus whatever extra seed you have that wins. In the second round, you might have 4 points plus the extra seed. In the Elite 8, you get 8 points plus the extra seed.
So it's the normal bracket, but it's handicapped then.
You're handicapping it a little bit for the people that might pick a 15 to beat a 2. Like if you pick St. Peter's last year to go 2 rounds, that should be worth a lot more, in my opinion, than picking the 2 seed to get by 2 extra rounds or whatever it may be. You should get rewarded for taking a little bit of a risk. Otherwise, to be frank, I don't know if you've ever looked at the statistical nature of this, but I have because I am very much a gambler. Chalk wins these tournaments. They win bracket pools in an abundant amount of time. People think, oh, you pick all these upsets and that's how you win. No. If you just literally pick straight chalk, there's a good chance you're going to be within the top 10 of your bracket pool every year. Every year.
Right. So, yeah, I guess I like the old school more than the handicap way that you're presenting, and I think it's mostly because, to push back against what you said, I think picking the champion should mean a whole lot. I think that it truly should push you over the edge of winning the bracket is picking the champion. I think that is very important. I mean, you're picking a tournament, so you should be able.
That's fair. The only pushback I have on that is it can't be worth as many as getting every single game right in the first round, which is what most theoretical traditional ones are. That's way too many. I mean, having 1 point for every game in the first round, which I think is, my math's not great, but that's 32. Yep. The championship can't be worth 32. It just can't be.
Well, it just makes it
to
where every round's worth 32 points.
I get that, but my main point is I just don't think picking the winner should be worth the same amount as picking every single game in the first round correctly. That's all. Just saying. We'll see.
You know, I see where you're coming from there, but I would rather be rewarded for picking Arizona to win the national championship than Charleston to win the first game.
Yeah, I think.
But you get to be clear, because I think that we have this weird misunderstanding. If let's say the championship game is instead of worth 32 points, it's worth, we'll call it 20. And I'm sure there's some people out there that on statistical math, and we've spent maybe way longer on this little subject than I would like. But my main point is that you're going to get 20 points regardless of who wins.
Okay.
And then you'll get an extra whatever points value that comes with the seed.
Got it.
So
okay.
You get an extra 2 points in the championship because you picked a 2 seed to win the championship. The championship is irrelevant. You're just getting an extra amount of points put on your total based off the seed that you picked.
See, I think I understand what you're saying, but I think that when you make a bracket, the upsets, you shouldn't be rewarded for upsets, picking upsets. I think it hurts you more than anything. Like when your team gets upset, that's how you lose these bracket challenges. When you have Kentucky going all the way to the Final Four, you're losing out on all those points because they lose in the first round. That's the big twist with the upsets. You shouldn't get rewarded for just.
I get it, but my main thing is this, and I don't want to make this too dry. I guarantee you, if I just went in and I picked the higher seed for every single game, no upsets. If I get the champion right in the traditional system, I win. Doesn't matter. I will win. And that's the problem with the bracket pools, is that there's no fun in it. If that wins every year, then that's not enough fun for me. I don't know. Maybe I'm not fun, but that's my main point. It's like the team that picks, I don't know, Michigan State that one year, or UCLA is a better example. UCLA goes to the Final Four. If you pick UCLA all the way to the Final Four, just because they lost in the championship game, you probably should win the pool. But anyway, I digress. We'll figure all that out. Casey's Rays. Casey has been sweating this. I could tell. I sent out a text for those that obviously aren't in our group chat, which is all of you. I sent out a text a little sarcastically. I don't know what the right word is. You know, you're just shooting from the hip from time to time in life. I said, I tell you what, Casey. I don't know exactly what I even remember said. I think it was like, you'll get a double your. What exactly did I say, Casey? I know you know better than I.
It was basically double.
All right, so I told Casey I'd double his salary if NKU won, but if NKU did not win, then he's got to take us all to Jeff Ruby's. Now, Casey quickly thought, this is a great idea because I'm just going to hedge it. I can bet on, I know what his mind was saying. I can bet on Houston, right, to win at minus whatever odds and put an abundance amount of money on it, and I'll just cover my cost for dinner, and no matter what happens, I win. The problem is Casey didn't quickly realize is that Jeff Ruby's is probably like at least $100 ahead. You got about 6 people, at least $100 ahead. So let's just say all in all, you're probably looking at $800 for the night. And quickly, Casey's looking at that money line at minus 4,500 odds, thanks to Betfred Sportsbook. And he's doing the math, and he's extrapolating that math out real fast. And he's like, wait a minute. This isn't adding up. So I decided I would do one better for Casey because I don't want him to have these difficulty things of I don't want him sweating in the kitchen, as Thom was saying. We'll make it simple. This could come back to bite me. Chatterbox might go under because of it, but Casey will make a lot of money. I'm going to give Casey a 1% raise for every point that NKU wins by. The only thing that you have to promise is that you bring donuts in on one of the days the week after if they don't win.
Okay.
I mean, donuts cost you what?
Yeah.
$15?
Yeah.
$10? Something like that. You got to have some skin in the game. This can't be just a complete freebie.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm just banking on the fact that NKU isn't going to win by like 20 points against the Houston. However, I don't know. I think that's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Don't you think that's fair, Casey?
I think that's fair. I'll agree to that.
All right. Meanwhile,
That's a good raise.
Meanwhile,
that's good.
Trace is going to be hedging a little bit. I might have like a couple $100 on NKU money line just in case. The old insurance play.
What are they on the
That's
money
fair.
line?
That's responsible. As I've said before, this show is brought to you by Betfred Sportsbooks. If you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER, 21 plus in Ohio. However, I like having fun. We should have fun in life. I don't know why more companies don't do that. I mean, I guess because they could go bankrupt if NKU wins. But you could buy, seriously, guys, if you're a company.
NKU's money line isn't even offered.
Just bet on them to cover.
Well,
Bet on them to cover.
that's when you call up an insurance broker and say, hey, could you put me up a custom quote? If I pay you $500, how much will you give me if NKU wins? Listen, I want to run through some of the pathways for the locals here. But that's the plan, Casey. I think that's a fair plan. I mean, like I said, donuts are going to run you about $15, and you won't even need donuts. In fact, the joke's going to be on us because the Norse, which we're going to be repping our gear here soon. Thanks. Shout out to Dan Horde, Seho, getting us some gear to have that. And I don't want to miss this as well. We'll make an announcement. We'll put it out on socials, but we are going to do a watch party at the Wings and Rings off 747 in Westchester on Thursday. Pathways for locals. I know you guys kind of drilled the bracket pretty heavily in Off the Bench show. Many of you watched the Off the Bench show before ours, so I kind of want to provide some more flair, substance, and different topics and have fun with this. I was curious to see what the Xavier fan base thought of their draw, because when it initially came out, the 3 seed was something that I didn't think that they were going to get. But I think it does prove one thing. I think it proves the fact that they make these brackets before Sunday. Clearly.
They make them on Thursday.
Yes, on your show they say they make it on Thursday.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I believe that because they got to rescrub, as you said on the show. I just don't know how you lose by that many points in the championship game if it wasn't already determined. And I'm not saying they shouldn't have. They didn't deserve to have a 3 seed because one could argue they could have regardless. But it's just hard for me to believe that they didn't already have them penciled into the 3 line after they took care of Creighton handedly. So after the Creighton game for Xavier, they were like, okay, they're a 3 line. No matter what happens tomorrow, and we're not even going to mess with it. That has to be what happened.
I think that's probably what happened because Marquette clearly being a 2, because a lot of people thought they were going to be
they
a 3.
They got knocked back a little bit too, right?
No, I think
Creighton.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think Marquette now being on the 2 line, even more so, kind of gives you that idea that Xavier was playing with house money on Saturday night. And that, again, goes back to what I was saying about conference tournaments. Although, was, like I said, on Off the Bench, nice to hear that Alabama got rewarded for winning the SEC regular season and the SEC conference title, got the number 1 overall seed because they were down to Houston and Alabama. That was nice to hear. And as somebody that covers Xavier, I would rather see Houston than Alabama. I think maybe not though. Now that I think about it, now that I say that out loud, because Alabama kind of plays Xavier's style. So I don't know, but that would be a Elite Eight conversation. If we have that, then it's all gravy.
You want to hear the mental gymnastics that my brain went through on Saturday night trying to get me comfortable about what was happening with Xavier? Is I just kept telling myself as Xavier's just getting the doors blown off and then the final buzzer happens and I go look at the score and I go, well, we have 3 fandoms in this company. We have Kansas, UC, and Xavier. And Xavier was closer to covering than UC and Kansas were on Saturday, and so close enough. That was the mental gymnastics. I think Kansas lost by 20, UC lost by 1 billion. So that That's what I went through. But you gotta love the draw if you're Xavier.
I mean,
You get
you do.
You get Kennesaw State, who you mentioned were 8-point underdogs in their
6.5.
6.5 point
To
underdogs
Liberty.
in their conference championship. Clearly, the worst 14 seed, right? They were the last 14 seed, so you're getting the best possible draw there, and you're looking forward. I mean, in the tournament, you get to the second round, you're going to play a tough team. You know that's a fact.
Yeah.
Unless there's an upset. So.
And you'd
you
love
could've-
to play Pitt.
Right. You couldn't have asked for a better draw if you're Xavier. Now you're in a. I think that Xavier's bracket has the best 1 and 2. I'm a big believer in Houston. I know you alluded to you might not be as big on Houston or Texas, but I'm a big believer in Houston and Texas. I think they're the best 1 and 2 combination. But
Yeah, I mean, it's like every team. Every team's got their question marks or whatever. It always makes you a little concerned that Houston hasn't played a game that really matters at all since December. But albeit the same, Kelvin Sampson is a heck of a coach. There's a reason they were in the Elite Eight last year, very close to going to a Final Four. They are constantly.
Weren't they in the Final Four last year?
No, Villanova beat them in the Elite Eight.
Lost in the Elite Eight.
They are constantly right there with Kelvin Sampson. They are an incredible program. They're going to fit in great in the Big 12. I do think Houston is a very good team.
well, it's nice to know that Houston won't even be in the second round. So.
True.
You don't even have to worry about
Oh
them.
my God! Could you imagine?
Casey comes in here with a 15% raise because NKU just wiped the floor
That's probably going to happen.
with the Cougars.
That's probably going to happen. In what world does NKU not win that game? That's what I've been trying to come back to. I was thinking, I've watched NKU enough to know.
We got to get Darren Horn on the show. It's good.
Yeah,
luck when he
that's
comes
probably
on
the
show.
main thing. I mean, if Darren comes on the show, I am definitely going to go to the old hedge your bets type situation. I mean, what NKU's, I think I seen earlier, you said they didn't have the money line. It was on there last night. They might have taken it down for a minute, but it was plus 15, 16, 1,700 or something like that. Okay. That's here nor there. Let's jump into the one thing, because here's what happens every tournament. Every time the brackets come out, you have two things that happen. One is there's always a team that everyone picks as the quote-unquote favorite upset. They latch onto this mid-major, and everyone says, "Oh, watch out for them. They're going to be the team that goes on a Sweet 16 run or Elite 8 run," and it never happens. Like that team, yes, they're good, but you forget how good the team is that they're playing, and they get disrespected. And then you have the opposite, which is this is a dark horse not mid-major. This is a dark horse mid-tier Power 5 conference team that I think is really good. I think they're going to make a run, and then they get the doors beat off, the brakes beat off of them, if you will, by a mid-major team. And I'm looking at, again, as I've always done, I try to look at things from a numbers perspective, and I know some of you laugh at me when I think of like, oh, all Trace does is talk about gambling and the lines, and that's how he comes to these theories and et cetera. Just some things to note, guys. The disrespect that is being shown to Virginia right now is out of this world.
It's what, a 4-point game?
It's a 5.5. The line opened at 5.5. It's down to 5. It's still at 5.5 in most books. I don't have Betfred right in front of me, but I'm sure that if one of you guys can pick it up and let me know. But nonetheless, 73% of the handle, the bets, if you will, are on Furman.
Yeah.
I mean, that's so scary if you think Furman is going to win that game. Because at most times, as we've said before on this show, public betting doesn't win. It can win, but it usually doesn't. So just food for thought. Furman right now has 95% of the money on their handle.
Sharps.
It's a lot. That's a lot.
Boys in Vegas with a big bankroll.
Another one to keep an eye on. Arkansas, the trendy pick. Massive amounts of money on Arkansas right now to beat Illinois. And one more that I've seen that makes me kind of smile or laugh is Louisiana is also got a ton of money on it. And what do those teams have in common? They're not offensive teams, right? Like Virginia, Paul said it before, they're not fun to watch. They're not pretty. Tennessee, not fun to watch, not pretty. However, it just seems like a trap. I'm just throwing it out there. It seems like a trap. It seems like, yeah, those teams are trendy and they're right, and then all of a sudden Tennessee wins 65-40.
Yep. Yeah, you're exactly right. You're spot on with that. I hadn't even looked at the initial betting lines or anything like that till just now. And, yeah.
Speaking of pathways for local teams, and the most surprising betting line that I saw, just because of the way that we've talked about both these teams in this office, is the Kentucky Providence line. That came on out. You know, if you had me cap this, right? If you asked me, what are you going to make the spread for this Kentucky Providence game? I'm going 6.5, 7 for Kentucky. I don't know.
I agree.
Neutral site. Then it comes out, and Providence is only a 4-point underdog.
So
there are teams in the Big East that we don't give respect to, and I'm guilty of it. I'm guilty of it, and it's 2 teams in my opinion. Somehow we still don't respect Marquette. No one wants to give them their due. No one. Thom sits up here and it's like, of all the 2 seeds, I just can't see Marquette winning at all. And it's like, dude, I'm guilty of it. But at what point do we give Marquette some, like, their flowers, man? Like, they played in a relatively, I'll admit, a good league. Now, I don't know if they're great or decent, but it's still a good league. And they won, like, by 2 games in that league. They go on a neutral floor in Madison Square Garden. They beat UConn, right? Then they turn around and they beat Xavier handedly. And we don't. People think they're going to lose in the second round. And you know the other one's Providence. Like,
you're out on Providence. You've said frequently
until I watch Kentucky play Vandy. I don't know if I am.
For the past 2 weeks, you've been telling Providence is terrible.
They are.
You're like, everyone's talking about them in the Duncan Center.
I say too many teams are terrible. I've noticed that.
Yeah.
But Purdue sucks. Purdue sucks. God, they're terrible. I'm telling you, they're terrible. You know what it is? The conference tournaments. They're like, man, they are the facade that was on the side of a building. You don't know what's behind it. But right now, that Big Ten tournament, which was just absolute garbage, if we want to be honest, some ugly basketball being played in the Big Ten this weekend. Don't know if you watched many of those games. However,
it's not fun. You watch the Big East, which is fun.
Yeah, I can't disagree there. I like the Big East. And you know what else? I'll say this. The Big East basketball is fun largely because of their TV package. I'm being dead serious. I think FS1 and Fox do such a better job than all the other networks. It makes their games more enjoyable to watch. They got inside the huddle cams. They have all access from time to time. Not complete all access with no commercials. But my main point to this whole thing is that Purdue is this team that we all are back on the bandwagon. And why? Because they beat who they beat. They beat Penn State. They beat Maryland, maybe?
Ohio State.
They beat Ohio State. Wow. Big time win against the Buckeyes that everybody was back on. The Buckeyes are terrible. I mean, seriously, Purdue won the Big Ten, and everyone's like, maybe we're back in the Big Ten. Marquette wins the Big East by 20. They beat UConn. They beat Xavier by 20. And the next thing you know, Marquette's not good, and Purdue's back.
Okay,
Purdue stinks. I hope you guys run it back. They're terrible. They'll be lucky to get out of the second round.
I'm going to openly pose this question on air about Thom and what he was saying about Purdue. Was that the first time he watched Zach Edey this year? He had not talked about Zach Edey at all this year.
1,000%.
And then he's like, this guy's incredible. This guy's huge. Like, and that is your knee-jerk reaction the first time you watch him play. It's just this 7'4" dude sitting in the middle and can hook it sometimes.
Right.
He's so much bigger than everybody else, and he does get 20 points.
It is demoralizing when they throw the ball into Edey and he literally just turns around and throws it in like he's playing against 7th graders. I mean, it does look like, dude, how are you supposed to stop that? And then all of a sudden there's somebody that's big enough just to kind of push Edey around a little bit. He's got to pitch that guard. He pitches the ball out to those terrible guards they have. I'm just going to keep talking terrible about Purdue and hope it all works out.
Well, it is funny because you do watch him and you genuinely wonder, like, I mean, my man gets 25 points and 10 rebounds literally every game, and you're like, how do you beat them? And then you watch it and he fumbles it around, throws a turnover, tries to kick it out, and just can't handle the ball.
I mean, there is a player on Purdue that has been playing D1 college basketball longer than Zach Edey has been playing the sport of basketball. Think about that. He only started playing basketball 4 years ago. There is a player on this team that has been in college basketball longer than he's been playing organized basketball. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I see. So Sean just put this in the chat that Memphis will beat Purdue in the second round. Are we sure Memphis is going to win their first round?
Wow,
Florida Atlantic's
What a
really
game, and they put it in the first round.
Paul brought that point up. For those that don't know, I mean, Florida Atlantic's a really good team. I think they got the shaft. And it's a sad situation where you have two teams that you like. You think these two teams could make some havoc, and then they match them up against each other. And it's like, I would have liked to have seen Florida Atlantic maybe get a 7 and then get a chance to beat a 2. But if you got to play any 1 seed, in my opinion, again, I keep saying Purdue stinks, but if you had to pick a 1 seed that you have a chance to play in the second round, in my opinion, it is Purdue, because they got 4 guys that are going to be bragging about them playing for the number 1 seed. They're going to be playing 35 over in men's leagues, hearing about, maybe 6, 7, 8 years they'll be playing at the local YMCA, talking about how they used to play with Zach Edey, and you have Zach Edey. So
you mentioned that they don't put a whole lot of stake in the conference tournaments, at least from what we believe. Like, we always go like, oh, if they win this whole thing, they get in, yada, yada, yada. But do you think the fact that Purdue won the Big Ten and UCLA didn't win the Pac-12 determined that 1-2 dynamic?
I think the guy getting I can't think of the name off the top of my head. Who's hurt from UCLA?
Jalen Clark.
So if Clark doesn't get hurt, I think UCLA gets a 1 seed. Yeah, and whether that's fair or not, you remember, as we all know, UC with Kenyon Martin, it's like they were the best team in the tournament or the best team in the country. He gets hurt, and they're not even a 1 seed. And maybe rightfully so, because they ended up getting beat, but I don't know. It's tough.
UCLA and Arizona played 3 times this year. Their total line was at 150, right around 150 for all 3 games. They went over once, but the other 2 times, they went under by a combined 70 points. Like 40 points one time, 28 points just this weekend.
Sorboy with some breaking news. He said that the Ravens released Calais Campbell. There's going to be a lot of guys that get released. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast, right?
Yep.
So we'll see how many. I think it's going to be – is this the day that's like, you have Black Monday for coaches, which is the last, the day after, which anymore it's almost becoming that day, if not before. But my point is the coach – yeah, it's almost like Black Sunday at this point. But is the first day of free agency like the Black Mondays, if you will, of the players that are just basically waiting that know they're probably going to have to renegotiate a deal or get cut? I don't know.
Maybe.
Food for thought. Upset watch. This is where I was going back before. There's one team that I put all my
stock
in. I don't know what the right term is. I don't want to say I put all of my marbles into the same basket. Whatever what's that term? Put all your marbles in.
All your eggs in one basket.
Eggs in one basket. Thank you. See, sometimes you need help from your friends.
For all the marbles is another.
For all the marbles. Thank you. I am all in on Drake. All in on Drake. I put a responsibly, of course. I put a lot of money on Drake. There's no reason this line should be 2.5 from a public perspective. And I know people in this chat are going to hate me for saying it because you guys have been on Miami for a long time. You've loved Miami. And I'm not saying you shouldn't have loved Miami. But you want to talk about something that smells like bait? It is Drake. And I don't know, it's one of those things where if you don't pay attention to mid-majors, which I don't a lot. I mean, I have a general idea who's decent, but I don't pay attention to mid-majors. You go back and look at some of these mid-majors schedules and, like, how good they are. It's impressive. I mean, it genuinely is impressive how good these teams are. And I'd be curious to see. You could take Drake and put him in the Big Ten, and the next thing you know, we're talking about Drake being a 2 seed or something crazy. It's like there's not a magic. My main point is there's not a magic potion that goes into March Madness. And it's like, oh, every year there's these magical upsets. It's like, well, actually, I've come to realize these teams are just better than the other team. They're just better. Now, just because you don't know them doesn't mean that.
Well, it's like me talking about North Texas, on Thom's show. It's like North Texas was a very, very good mid-major team. They just don't have the brand and the cachet that some of these bigger teams do.
Correct. And if you watch them play, I have a strong suspicion that when Drake plays their first game, my hope is, at least from a financial perspective, is that you're like, after about 4 minutes of watching a game, when you realize that you're a fan of Miami or any other team. I mean, I've been a fan of Kansas where I've watched 8 minutes of basketball against Bradley, and you quickly realize, wait a minute, like these guys are really good, and we might be in trouble. Or Bucknell. I could go through the whole laundry list of teams that have beaten Kansas. However, I'm hoping 4 minutes into this game, Drake just looks like a well-oiled machine, and Miami's without one of their better players, to be fair, but they look overmatched. So right now, bet Fred to make the Sweet 16. I don't know. Last night it was a good amount of money. It was like $750 for Drake to make the Sweet 16. I took it. Line and sinker. So we'll see how that goes. Any other upsets that you guys like? What?
You think Kent State's going to beat IU then too, because that's who they'd line up against if Drake beats Miami.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Oh man.
I just even I would even say this, even if Indiana gets by Kent State, I'm not a believer in Indiana, man. I'm not a believer. They've not done anything at all in recent history that makes me think that I should be worried about Indiana basketball. They've not done a single thing.
Has Drake or Kent State done anything in recent history to make you?
Drake's had some tournament runs.
Have they?
Yeah.
Someone's going to have to look that up for me.
We'll see.
Drake Bulldogs. Looking up there. See, another spread, like we look at spreads and try to, guess where Vegas likes
Correct.
certain plays. And,
yeah.
Indiana come out and they're only 4-point favorites against the MAC champions and Kent State's been, a team that you've heard about all season long. But
Kent State's actually played some really good teams this year too.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like Kent State's not a team that you could say, okay, well, they've not played literally anyone. They played Houston. Game was like 49-44.
It was a great game.
I mean, it's probably kind of gross at times, but
yes.
But at the end of the day, yes, it was a great game. And we're talking about Houston being the number 1 seed, one of the best teams in this tournament, and we're out here talking about Indiana might be a problem for Kent State. Indiana, just to remind everybody, lost by 20 points to Iowa at home. Okay? They went overtime with Michigan. They lost to Penn State. This Indiana team is not like their world beaters here. Just because they have a script Indiana across their chest, and they got a guy that's supposedly going to be a good NBA player in Trace Jackson Davis, who's incredibly athletic.
Well, I think you guys are in the majority here. I think most people are out on Indiana.
You think so? I'm going to look it up.
Well, I'm just saying, as a general rule of thumb, just like you've said, they haven't made it to a Sweet 16 in 6 years. I think they've only made the tournament. Last year was the first time they made the tournament in like 5 years. So it's not like they are consistently a proven entity in the NCAA tournament. So I think most people are on your side. I'm not saying that most people aren't putting their money on Indiana. I'm just saying most people are thinking that Indiana is closer to frauds than they are for real. And for what it's worth, Drake has not won a first-round tournament game since 1971.
Told you.
Drake.
Yeah, that's a good. I told you they had some good postseason success.
You said they've had some great tournament runs.
They have. I mean, did you not remember the 1971 run they had? I mean, you'd be a fool not to know.
Yep.
They played good basketball in the 70s.
Now, they did win a first 4 game a couple of years ago.
All right.
Money's relatively split on Indiana Kent State.
What are we going to do here? We need, as a group, collectively, we all got to be on the same page. Because we haven't talked about it yet.
It's not going to be easy.
What are we doing about Oral Roberts?
No.
Are we collectively in?
The mouth bobs.
Or are we collectively out on the mouth bobs? Because
what a tough draw for them. So, like,
that's another one.
It's funny. We got a Duke, Sean Dixon, who works here.
Yeah.
He's a Duke fan. He's like, man, we drew Oral Roberts. Like, we just won the ACC tournament, and we're getting the best mid-major team probably. And Oral Roberts is doing the same thing. They're like, man, we had such a great year, and you're going to throw us in the first round against Duke? Like, that ain't right.
Yeah.
It's funny, just both fan bases are like, oh, my God, what a great first-round game. I don't know. Because that is the trendy pick, right?
Yeah.
A 12 always beats a 5.
And they do.
Right.
They do.
Like, we say that every year, and then we say, oh, well, and then they do. Like, inevitably, somebody does. At least one.
15s have been clipping 2s a good amount, too. I'm not saying a ton, but they do.
Colgate. The toothpaste.
I know. There's something about that game. I'm not saying it, but I'm thinking it.
Are we thinking this?
I'm thinking it.
Are we
Here's
thinking
why,
this?
Because every year there's always a 15 that clips a 2, man. And it happens I don't want to say all the time, but it happens more regularly than people want to give it credit for. And you think of Ohio State a few years ago against Oral Roberts. That's how they got their name, right?
Yeah.
And then you got
Norfolk.
Just last year, St. Peter's clips Kentucky.
Colgate plus 660 on Betfred Sportsbook on the money line.
I'm telling you, it's tempting. It's certainly tempting. Texas is one of those teams that you just don't know what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates, man. It seems that way with Texas. Texas, I know they just beat the brakes off Kansas, but they are a team.
Colgate.
Kansas is a team that you never know what you're gonna get.
That's true. I'm hoping they can just get to the Sweet 16, which sounds sad, but that's kind of where I'm at with Kansas.
It's funny. Every time I feel like I sit down and watch Kansas, I feel like they get their rear ends kicked, and then I look at their record, and they're just won the Big 12 again and went to the Big 12 championship, and they're number 1 seed, and you're just like, all right, maybe I just am picking my wrong spots on sitting down and watching Kansas. You know what I'm excited for?
What are you excited for, Reed?
Up I-75, the first 4 games, a little school called Texas A&M Corpus Christi's playing again. Are they going to wear those horrendous jerseys? Do you guys remember these jerseys from last year?
No.
Casey, do me a favor. In the singular, I put their jerseys from last year. I was at the game. I remember Dave Portnoy from Barstool talking about these jerseys. They're the worst jerseys I've ever seen in my life. So if you could pull those up. They have a skyline. They have the skyline of Corpus Christi on their jersey. What a bizarre jersey. That's a vacation town. That's like showing up to the NCAA tournament with the skyline of Destin, Florida on your jersey. What the hell is that? Please. Search. It's in the singular. You just got to pull up these jerseys.
Where'd you put it in singular?
It's a struggle bus.
In the drive and the single,
All right, go ahead, put it up. You can put it up.
Look at those things. They are very proud of that skyline. That looks like Middletown, Ohio, guys.
Oh my God!
Shout out Middletown. Shout out Kyle Schwarber.
They put that is. Am I alone here?
I mean, I don't know. It's an ugly jersey.
I just remember Dave Portnoy going on one of his rants, just like, what the hell is on their jersey?
Do they have the whole entire name out there?
Yikes!
Too? Texas.
Yeah.
Texas A&M Corpus Christi. I think they won that game. It was an exciting game right before the Hoosiers beat Wyoming, and they beat that Wyoming team with that 6'9" Magic Johnson point guard who just backed them down every time.
Yep.
Tough look.
Yeah. Oh.
That's a tough look.
All right, you guys want to do buy or sell?
Yeah, we can do buy or sell. Duke, if they get by, and or Roberts, if they get by, are going to have probably Tennessee waiting for them. So I don't know, man. It's March, and
right.
We know that there's going to be madness. So I don't know where it's going to come from, but it wouldn't shock me in the slightest if it came from the toothpaste. Go ahead.
All right, buy or sell. I've got 6 bullet points for you guys.
Let's hear them.
All right. Buying or selling. Purdue loses the first weekend.
It's selling. I think they get to the Sweet 16.
Okay.
I do.
Trace, you buying or selling?
Buy.
So you think they're losing in the second round to either
Yeah.
Memphis or who does Memphis play again?
That's if they can get out of the first
FAU.
round. It's a little bit of a joke.
Can you imagine a 16 seed beating a team with
Nobody would
with
feel
the National Player of the Year, 7'5", Zach Edey?
It ain't gonna happen, but it might. I don't know. Anyway,
You buy.
I got someone on my
stand?
team. I know I got someone on my team with the Purdue take. So let's take it away.
Purdue's a fraud, baby. Buying. Memphis gonna beat them. Zach Edey gonna get hacked. Not gonna have a good game. It's over. Purdue.
Case.
The more and more people just say they're not going to make it out of the first weekend.
The more and more he likes them.
The more
It's a
and
good
more.
strategy.
That's exactly why I'm saying it too. It's so tired.
Have you guys watched this team play?
A lot.
It's not even that. I think they are bad. I just don't know if they can.
He said I think they are. They're not bad. It's just when it's the two things that Paul's talked about. The perimeter shooting, when that doesn't hit, mixed with Edey not being getting double teamed the right way, then it's over.
Right, and I think they have a better chance of losing in the Sweet 16 than I do anything else. So that's what I would say. So I guess I'm selling.
That's fair. What's the next one?
So I'm pulling this up. The Big Ten will not have – there's 2 Big Ten Sweet 16 by ourselves. 3 Big Ten teams will make the Sweet 16. You buying that?
How many?
3. 2.5 is what I put it at. So 3 Big Ten teams.
Okay.
All right. So we got. All right. Let's do.
You've got I think 8 teams. You got Maryland as an 8 seed, going on down to Purdue as a 1. That's it on the left side. On the right side, you've got Iowa as an 8. You got Indiana as a 4. You've got Penn State as a 10. You got Illinois as a 9. And Northwestern as a 7.
Well, I can tell you this right now. I only have Iowa making it to the Sweet 16, so that's all I got.
Didn't you just say Purdue isn't going to make the
Yeah, he
is going to make
on
the
that.
Sweet 16?
Well, just in my draft.
Okay.
He's going to go
So
back
2.
on that.
So 2.
He's going to have 2.
I have 2.
But still, that's the under. So I'll sell it. I'll take the under there too.
Taking the under. Too many mid, like, you know.
If
How
it's
did
a
they
two,
get more than the what conference got more than the Big 12? Was it the Big? It was 2 conferences, right?
I think the ACC still got 7, didn't they? How many did the ACC get?
I'd have to go back and look.
Yeah. Well, that's that Wolfpack situation that you had going on.
The Wolfpack, great bet.
The
Reed.
Wolfpack. What was I gonna say? There was Oklahoma State. I feel sorry for those guys. For those that don't know that story, Oklahoma State basically did everything they possibly could to comply with the NCAA when they did their investigation. So they admitted things that they had done, which would otherwise would have been hardly impossible for the NCAA to prove. And what did the NCAA do as a reward for being compliant? They then punished them probably more severely than they would have been able to punish them if they didn't admit. And Oklahoma State was already a team that provided what would be the term? Not restraint, but they already gave themselves penalties before they even got the penalty from the NCAA. And then last night to think, and again, I know these aren't the same people that make these decisions, but Oklahoma State as being the first team out of the tournament is a tough. That's a tough. You know what's about a coaching staff at Oklahoma State that's absolutely pissed off at the NCAA? It's got to be them. Now they didn't do themselves any favors down the stretch to get in the tournament, to be clear, but I do feel a little bit bad for Oklahoma State, just based off of the fact that they got punished last year probably unjustly, and then this year they're the first team out. I am going to go under. Can I find one team outside of not Alabama, outside of Purdue? Is there one team that I feel really good about?
Well, they only have 2 teams under like a 6 seed, right? It's just Indiana and Purdue. So under seems fair. Okay, here's the next one.
I mean, Illinois, can they beat
the
Kansas?
Big 12 will not have the most Sweet 16 teams. You selling that? You think the Big 12 is going to have the most?
Yeah.
We've talked all year about how great that conference is.
Yeah, well,
and it has been fantastic.
I'll run down every Big 12 team from starting on the left side of the bracket in the South Regional. West Virginia, I would say no.
No.
All right. And then we get all the way down to Baylor. Baylor's going to have to get by UC Santa Barbara, and then they got to get by Creighton and or NC State. I would lean to say that's a yes, but this is March. So that's one team. What's the next team on that left side? You guys can start yelling out to help me. Kansas State.
Yep,
They got Montana State, and then they'd have to play Kentucky or Providence. You know, I actually think that that's actually a decent matchup for a Kansas State-type team. They kind of match up well with, like, a Kentucky, in my opinion, and or Providence. But, again, you're going up against a team that's 25-9. I know you guys laugh, but Montana State's a pretty good team.
The Grizzlies.
I don't know. I'm going to say that's 2. I'm going to say no.
You said that they're not going to have the most teams.
Yeah.
All right.
But then who would, I guess, is my question.
I'm going to go out on
Big East,
a limb.
Big 10, ACC, Pac-12.
I'm going to go out and say
Mountain West.
Is it the Big East if they get Xavier Marquette and
UConn?
Or is it the SEC and
You're
UConn?
gonna have to give me some time on that one. I have to do some real hard digging because I'm with Paul because I did the exact same thing that his brain just did, mine did, which was
If it's not the Big 12, then who is it? And when you start to play that game, it's a little more difficult.
I mean, you could easily talk me into Marquette, UConn, and Xavier. I mean, you could.
They've got 4 teams that are 3 seeds or better. The Big 12 does, which will mean that they will not play a lower seed than them.
Yeah.
Before the Sweet 16. It's a tough one.
It's tough. That's
Stumped y'all.
That's a good question. I got to circle back on that one. I got to do a little more digging.
2 12 seeds upset.
Yes.
You're saying
2 is like always the number. You just never know who. Because we always say, oh, no. And then it does end up happening. I think it'll be 2.
2.
Yeah. Trace
Cameron?
Yeah, I'm going to go out of – I mean, it's so, like, stereotypical, which makes me want to go against it. It's almost like you always want to go against the
But that's what I'm saying.
narrative.
Like, every year we say that. And then
but usually it is 1. I don't know if it's always 2. But this year you look at those 12-5s, and it's almost like they set it up. Like, I haven't seen St. Mary's play enough to know. I don't really buy into VCU a ton, though. I watched them play against Dayton. I don't think VCU is very good, which makes me admit maybe I was wrong on Dayton, obviously. I mean, Dayton, for as much as that fan base is upset, I watched Dayton play, and maybe it is the coaching. I get it. That's what everyone always wants to refer back to when a team underperforms. They say, oh, it's the coaching. Anthony Grant's not any good. That's why they're not any good. I don't know, man. I watched Dayton play, and outside of Holmes, Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, there's no one on that team that makes me say, like, damn, they're actually talented. They're good. Were they just overhyped from the beginning?
yeah, I think so. I think so.
Like, is it Anthony Grant's fault, or is it just they're just not as good as
people? That's what the fans would tell you.
Yeah, but is it just they're just not that good?
Well, they might just not be that good, but the fact that you're going to have Deron Holmes and Obi Toppin both miss the tournament, or not, sorry, Obi Toppin, they would have been a 2 seed in that tournament probably. They could have made the Final Four. But neither one of them will have played in the NCAA tournament. That's tough. That's tough because Deron Holmes is going to go to the NBA. He's very good.
Yes, but at the same time, when everyone says, oh, he's going to go to the NBA, listen, there's guys that go to the NBA and they flake out really quickly because they're not who everyone thought they might be, is my main point. You know, like I don't know. I'm not saying Holmes isn't a good player. What I guess I'm trying to say is that if Holmes was on Houston and he was Charlton, right? Which Charlton might be an NBA guy too. I don't know. But my main point is that he's just another guy on Houston, I guess. It's not like he's Obi Toppin. Like, Obi Toppin, you stick him on any team in the country, and it's like, okay, best player on their team. I don't look at Holmes like that. If you put Holmes on Marquette, then I just think he's kind of blends in with the rest of their team. I don't think he's like this go-to guy. I could be wrong on that. We'll see. But I just think that Dayton was a little maybe overhyped to begin the year, which I'm on that bandwagon. I was wrong. But I don't know if it's Anthony Grant's fault. I mean, it's somebody's fault, that's for sure. And it's always the head coach's fault if it doesn't work out.
One more.
Let's hear it.
Over the last 10 years, 6 times there's been 2 separate 3 seeds or higher in the Final Four. So 60% of the last 10 tournaments, there's been 2 3 seeds or higher. Will that happen this year? Will 2 3 seeds or higher make the Final Four?
No.
No?
And by the way, I want to admit, I am buying 2 12s.
2 12s. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say no. I'm picturing the regions in my head. I'm gonna say no.
So you think there's going to be at least 3 1 or 2 seeds in there?
I think so.
Gonzaga's the trendy pick right now. Do we believe in Gonzaga? They've started playing well lately. However, there was a time in this season where everybody was completely out on Gonzaga as well. So that's where like this whole conference tournament thing can be such a facade, right?
Well, I think there's a bunch of like trendy teams. Like you could see Baylor getting there. Duke just won the ACC. They're playing their best ball of the year. They're playing well right now. Then you're talking about Gonzaga, and UConn, TCU, the Hoosiers, the Muskies.
Yeah.
But I honestly, if you pinned me up against it, I think it's going to be nothing but 1s and 2 seeds in the Final Four. I don't think a single 3 seed is going to get there. So I'm selling.
I don't know. I think I'm going to buy it though.
You're going to take 2 3 seeds.
Yeah. I don't know how it's going to happen. I don't believe in Kansas as much as I hate to say that.
Now the last 2 years it hasn't happened.
Yeah, which makes me feel like it's due.
There was an 8 seed last year, and there was an 11 seed the year before that.
Well, that's what my point is before this tournament started, right? If we're being frank, every single year throughout the entire college basketball season, we sat up here and we talked about how much parity there was and how it's anybody's year. You could see 20 different teams winning the national championship. And at the end of the day, we're going to sit here and talk about the fact that we don't think that there might be 2, 3 seeds or higher that make the Final Four. Kind of proves the point that every single year we do the same song and dance, and then we turn around and there's all 1 seeds, or there's a couple, maybe a 2 seed sprinkled in. But out of the 1 seeds, which teams do you think that aren't probably going to make it? Like, I don't think Kansas is playing well enough right now to make it, unless DeJuan Harris, their point guard, starts playing incredibly much better than he has been. They're not making it. They could lose to Illinois in the second round. Not forecasting that, but wouldn't shock me if that line comes out when Illinois wins and Kansas wins. That line's 5.5.
What is surprising as I'm looking back at the history of the Final Four, teams to make the Final Four, it's only happened twice in the past 6 years where at least 2 1 seeds make it. So that's surprising to me. I figure there's always at least 2 1 seeds in there, but that's only happened twice in the past 6 years.
As X-fans, what's the expectation? Sweet 16?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think any Xavier fan seeing this draw, I think any Xavier fan realistically should be disappointed if they don't make the Sweet 16, which is unbelievable to say given what we thought this team was going to be in the preseason.
Do you think, as someone who follows this team closely, do you think that Xavier should have said no to their NC tournament drawing and gone after the NIT title back-to-back?
Well, so I thought about that, but it's okay because Cincinnati's in it, and they can keep the title here in the Queen City.
Right here.
Yeah.
Is there an actual trophy that you get? Or, did they give a trophy for the NIT?
I think they held something up last year.
Nice. Is it like the Stanley Cup where you have to hand it back? They're just going to have to take it right down the road?
Would be funny if you see one that they just drove it down Victory Parkway.
Right. Hang a banner.
What's the point of, you have these teams that, do they think they're above the NIT, I guess? Is that's what it is? Carolina thinks they're above the NIT. Yes. Is there a strategic thing that these coaches and players don't want to do because the NIT holds them back from doing it, a la maybe recruiting or
transfer portal,
those types of things? However, you could make the strong argument, and I think that it's clear as day that it was in the best interest of Xavier last year to play because they got an opportunity for a new coach, which I know that's not the situation for every team, but Sean Miller got to see things from that tournament run that probably led him to believe or led him to do things that he otherwise might not have done. And maybe he's already, I don't know this to be a fact, Paul, maybe he's already admitted or said out loud that, hey, I asked this guy to come back when otherwise I probably would have asked him to leave based off the fact that I got to see him play for 2 weeks in meaningful basketball. Or I think the NIT is meaningful basketball at least. You got a team like UC who is a disappointing season to a certain extent, but predictable. And now you get a chance to maybe play some guys you otherwise wouldn't have played during the regular season, and you get to see what you have going into the Big 12. I think it's an excellent opportunity for many teams to extend their season. I don't know why a team like Carolina, in my opinion, I don't know. Maybe they didn't want to play because they were disappointed or whatever, but at the end of the day, it's ludicrous to sit here and act like the NIT is a nothing burger.
Well, I think about it through the lens of the kids, right? Like, if I'm a player, I want to play as many games as possible. And maybe they asked the players and said, we don't want to play in that. And maybe they turned it down, and then the team's like, all right, then we'll turn it down. But if I'm a coach, I want my players to play as many games as possible. You only get so many times to play the game. Most of these guys aren't going to go pro.
You don't
Yeah.
think of
There's a
that,
couple.
though, when you're a kid. I mean, you're not thinking of that when you're 20, 21, 22 years old or whatever however old these kids are. I think your point's valid, and it's
Well, I think
one that
that's-
should be made.
I
but
think
they
that's
don't
where the
think of
coach should step in and be like, these kids deserve to play this.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
meaningful,
Dayton
meaningful
turned
games.
it down.
Meaningful
Dayton
games.
turned it down. And I think largely it got turned down because of
Conspiracy.
Dayton turned it down largely because of what? They got a guy, Holmes that said he didn't want to play, I'm sure, because he's got an NBA future. But
I'm not sure if
what's-
Dayton would have made it anyway. I'm not 100% convinced they would have made it because I think the way that – because that statement came out from Dayton and the way that the timing kind of lined up with when they released that statement. Now, maybe I'm reading too much into the weeds of this.
I hear what you're saying. Go
But
ahead.
I kind of get the impression with the way they presented that statement too. I don't know if Dayton would have been in, but that's either way. They're not going to play. I'm kind of with you. I do think Xavier very much benefited from the NIT last year, but I also think that was an incredibly unique situation where you're hiring your coach as all of that's going on. Sean Miller was there last year at Madison Square Garden. The NIT this year is in Vegas. It's not at MSG anymore. But Sean was there. He watched them play. It was a surreal scene seeing Sean there in the crowd, watching them still playing basketball under a different coach. It was a very bizarre thing, but it ended up paying massive dividends for Xavier in a different way, though, than it may have for a team like North Carolina, who can now move on from what was a historically terrible season, not just for them, but in all of college basketball, something completely unprecedented for North Carolina to be the number one team in the preseason and miss the tournament, something that's never happened before. Just get the misery over with. I guess that's their thinking. So that's that.
That's fair, too. I mean, they're the only team that has started preseason number one and has not made the 64 and or 68 team field in the history of the tournament. So I guess I could understand why UNC would turn it down. In the vault, I will say that's $1 in the jar. I am going to take a responsible approach to this tournament. I have done something in years past that is not it's not healthy. It's not even I'm not even talking about from a financial perspective. I'm talking about from your mental standpoint.
Yep.
Last year I made this thought, or I guess plan, that I was going to bet every game of the NCAA tournament. I learned last year that's just I'm not saying it can't be done, but it's tough. It's a brutal existence because it's more or less exhausting. It's exhausting.
You want to know?
I'm going to pick my spots and go heavy is my plan.
You want to know a way to sneak in some bets if you don't want to be locked in for a full 40? Do the half bets.
No, you're right.
Do the half bets because another game starts 30 minutes, so you're normally
Right.
like winding up right at the end of the half, and then
Right.
So you can just lock on for 30 minutes, then you go to the next game. Simple as that.
When do the live bets usually get cut off? Is it the under 4
Under
or
4.
the under 8? Is it under 4? Usually it's the under 4.
Sometimes you can get it down as close as 3 minutes. Yeah.
So here's an idea. This is what I'm proposing us to do on Thursday. And Friday we're going to figure out what we're going to do. Maybe we do a little bit of a studio thing. I'm not sure exactly what Friday looks like, but Thursday definitely. Carve out a little bit of a niche of your bankroll. And we are going to do the under. I don't want to do under 4 because it's so close to the end. Let's do the under 8 challenge. At the end of every game on Thursday, while we're there, when that 8-minute media timeout hits, we got to pick a side. Everyone's got to be on the same side, and we got to write it. It's going to be close regardless. You're not going to have a huge leg up one way or the other unless one team makes a huge run in that 8 minutes. You're going to be legit sweating out the last possession of these games more times than not, which is what makes this whole thing fun, as long as you do it responsibly. 21 plus in Ohio. If you got a gambling problem, call 100 Gambling. Shout out Betfred Sportsbook.
I would. So now that we are here and we have the tournament, I asked you guys a few weeks ago, would you take the ones or the field? You still sticking with the ones or the field?
I'm going to take the field. Because I don't think Purdue wins it. I could see maybe Alabama getting tripped up. if Kansas lays a clunker, if Houston doesn't respond to a challenge in a game where they haven't played a high major team in a while, I'm just presenting the case against these 1 seeds. I'll still take the field.
I will take the 1 seeds because if you ask me to pick 4 teams that I think can win this whole thing, 3 of them are 1 seeds. And that's Alabama, Houston, and Kansas. And then I also think UCLA. I mean, call it chalk, call it whatever you want, the square pick, but they've been the best teams all year.
It's a good question. It's a good bet. I would lean to the field now. I would lean the field. I don't love it either way because Houston scares the hell out of me. I think Houston has a great pathway to getting to the Final Four.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think that they are a team that needed to lose before the tournament, and they did. They got beat. They got beat by a good Memphis team. But most teams that are like a Houston, I feel like it does them well if they lose a game. And it's been a while since they lost a game. I like that. I like that. I don't know. What's the psychology behind that? Because it does feel that way at times. Like
it takes pressure off. It really does because you don't have it laying over your head. Like you remember when UK was undefeated? And then you're fighting this, not only fighting to win a national title, you're also focusing like perfect season.
Right.
It just takes pressure off.
They got beat.
Right. It takes pressure off because you know what that feels like now. That's all it is. That's all it is. Take USA to win today, too. They got to win by 4.
They got to win by 4. If you guys, we're being dead, so we talked about this in the office. We're going to leave you with this on the Volt, and we'll go around the room. Any last-minute thoughts, comments, concerns before we take off? Please get in the bracket challenge. We're going to figure out what we're going to do in regards to a thing. If we don't do the Wheel of Lunch, Casey, start working on the Wheel of Lunch, because if we don't do it, people call us frauds, and we don't want to be called that. So where was I going with this whole thing? Okay. There is a huge advantage right now. At least we feel this way in this office, the folks that watch baseball. On a live line for the WBC, the amount of respect that the Americans get, and I think the DR.
The DR, I mean, any of the big teams.
Any of the major teams that have these high level
like
major leaguers.
Puerto Rico's got to win by 4 against Israel today.
The live line on these games is absurd. Last night, Mexico was winning. I think they were winning 5-1 in the 5th inning. And the live line was even money. This is baseball, people. The Yankees, when they win 125 games, can lose to I don't want to say the Rays, but I'll pick the Pirates because I'm not going to pick the Reds, but I could. They could lose to the Pirates on any given day that are going to win 60 games. It's baseball. This isn't football. Football is one of those sports where it's pretty hard to beat a team that's way better than you. Even basketball, really hard to beat a team that's way better than you. If you're giving me 5 runs with 4 innings left, and you're giving me even money, that is blasphemy. You got to take advantage of this while you can. I'm just telling you.
Quickly, the rules for which teams you play on in the World Baseball Classic are LOL funny. Randy Arozarena is playing for Team Mexico. He is Cuban. His parents aren't from Mexico. The reason he could play for Team Mexico is because he played in a Mexican league 6 years ago. That's the reason. Kevin Youkilis from Cincinnati is the hitting coach for Team Israel because he's Jewish. Like, the rules for all this, Anthony Rizzo played for Team Italy.
They got to field a team, man.
His great-grandfather was the one that came over. So we're talking 3 generations have been here in America, and he could play for Team Italy. It's like I could try out for Team Germany. Like all this stuff. It's just the rules for the teams you play on are ridiculous. And
they got to field it. They got to field a team, and on top of that, when you have a bunch of Americans that want to play in this thing, they'll go to whatever lengths possible to find a way to play for another team. It happens in the Olympics more times than you believe.
Klay Thompson's brother playing for Great Britain. What connection does he have to England?
Well,
connection? He probably speaks English. That's it.
We all have a little connection to England. Just saying.
Do we?
I mean, do we? Reed.
I don't.
Yeah, you do.
My whole family's from Germany. Came over after the country started. Am I missing something here?
Did you take a 23andMe?
No, but I just
There's got to be a little. Come on, I'd love to see that tree. There's going to be somewhere. There's got to be some Great Britain. Just saying.
Probably.
I mean, I'm not saying it's fair or unfair. I'm just saying you can find a reason to play on one of these other countries if you're from America and you're good enough to play for those teams, and you don't have a spot on the American team, which is what all of these situations are. Let's be honest. That's what it is. Right. Fair or not fair? I don't know. We in the United States of America for the World Cup kind of try to do the same thing, if we're being frank. I don't know if you've ever looked at the heritage for some of these guys that are playing on the American soccer team, but some of it's the same. Not to the extent you're talking about, but some of it's the same.
Yeah, it's not.
I think of that the exact same way, by the way. Like, I think when I watch the World Baseball Classic, I'm like, so this is what it's like to be a fan of Brazil soccer and look at these other countries and be like, that's what they think of American soccer. They're like, look at these guys. They're just rounding up a bunch of guys. Like, they got all these guys from other countries. Like, they're barely, who are these guys? They're terrible. Meanwhile, like last night, Mexico's just taking us to the woodshed. And all I kept thinking of was like, man, if we got our real guys in here, if we had a real staff,
if we had our pitching staff,
if we went and got our real people,
I was shocked.
Nick Martinez is our starting pitcher. Who the hell is Nick Martinez?
Hey, respect his name. He's pitching for America, but go ahead.
Full transparency, I was walking in the media room at Madison Square Garden, and I saw there was a World Baseball Classic game on, and I was like, I thought this started in like a week. So I watched it for a minute. I was like, okay, all right, let's go. And last night, you guys were
house at Chase Field, by the way.
You guys were texting. I had no idea the USA was playing, and you guys started texting about it. So I was sitting there, working on bracket stuff, and I was like, all right, I'll turn this on. I was floored when I saw Mike Trout was playing. Floored. How are these guys playing? Why are these guys playing? Who cares?
We care.
It's America.
Why are any good players playing?
Look at the
I'm
DR.
serious.
All
I don't know a thing about the World Baseball Classic. I'm seriously asking, why is anybody that matters playing in this thing?
Truthfully, like if you look at DR's lineup, it's an all-star team. If you look at USA's lineup, they're an all-star team. Like,
why are the MLB teams signing off on this? Why do they say it?
Because the MLB runs it.
Yeah.
The MLB runs the tournament.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they want this to be a
right.
They want it to be big.
They wanted to create their own. It started in 2006.
Yeah, the environment looked awesome.
Trying to make the World Cup, Paul.
There's 45,000 people at Chase Field yesterday.
Yeah.
And our best foot forward on the mound is Nick Martinez.
Listen,
Adam Wainwright was our opener.
Reed,
he's throwing 84 miles an hour up there.
Here's the point, though. To your point, position players, although they play every day, I think we all could agree that there's a less likelihood of them getting severely hurt.
Right.
Whereas an arm, a pitcher, a guy that you're trying to get ready for the season is not on a timetable that's in line with the World Baseball Classic, right? These guys aren't going to go out there and throw 60, 70 pitches when, as you said, the games don't matter. The other thing that I'm trying, like if we had a big platform, I'd go off on this.
Shohei's playing for Japan.
Like if I'm Stephen A. Smith, which I don't know. My main point is this. I don't like the idea, and I'm not just saying this because you're like, I'm not getting on you, Reed. But the one thing I don't like about America is that we want to like disrespect the people that take the time and effort and energy to do something that otherwise the other people aren't. Like Nick Martinez decided he wants to throw for America, and he's putting his quote-unquote injury opportunity on the line for our country, and I respect him for it. You go out there and do your best, man. These other guys, I get why they don't want to be in it. However, I'm not going to disrespect our quote-unquote staff because if you said, hey, do we want Hunter Green to go out there and throw? Not really. Do we want Lodolo to go out there and throw? Not really. Ashcraft? Not really. But hey, I'll sign up any other organization's top arms to go throw. So I can't speak out one side of my mouth and not the other. We'll take whoever we get. This lineup, I know we gave up 11 runs yesterday. Here's the problem. We had one run through like 4.5 innings. We need to figure out how to score like a softball game is my main point. Like, I'm not going to put it all on this staff. And you know what's going to happen? It's one game. It's one baseball game. Like I said before, the Yankees could win 125 games, and they'll get beat by the Pirates by 9 runs on one afternoon. That's what happened. What's the money line for America?
Today?
Yeah.
On Betfred Sportsbook, minus 556.
Who are they playing?
They are playing Canada.
Oh, that's right. Thom talked about that. Can't lose to Canada.
But here's why I'm frustrated. I mean, I don't take it as disrespect to Nick Martinez.
That's all it is, though.
But other teams have good pitchers throwing for them.
Because they care about their country more than America cares about proving their worth. That's the real.
That's what I'm getting at. Is that's a problem.
If we lose a few more times, he's asking why these big time players are playing in it. Here's what happened: the World Baseball Classic came in the first year. America, I don't even know if got out of group play. Don't quote me on this, but it was a massive disappointment. This is supposed to be our pastime, our game. We played terrible in it. And you know what? Some of these top players, to your point, Paul, sat out the first time. And I think it took like a couple big time players to say, you know what? Like, we want to win this thing. Like, this does mean something. Bryce Harper, I think, was one of the first people to say, I'm playing in this thing, and we're going to take it serious. And it kind of there was a trickle down effect to that, right?
Yeah.
Then it became like, from a position player perspective, I think it became like a status. Like, I played for the American World Baseball Classic team. I don't know if it'll ever happen for arms, because arms is just, it's too fickle of a thing.
Okay, so you said, so I'm pushing back because you're wrong. In 2006, the Team USA, they did bad, but they had a good roster. They had their best players playing.
Let's hear them. Let's hear the starting lineup.
Okay. I mean, I'm just going through the roster. Ready? Jason Varitek's behind the plate. Derek Jeter, Chipper Jones, Derek Lee, Alex Rodriguez, Mark Teixeira, Chase Utley, Michael Young. In the outfield, Johnny Damon, Jeff Francoeur, who was a Rookie of the Year at the time, King Griffey Jr., Matt Holliday, Vernon Wells, Randy Wynn. On the mound, Roger Clemens, Brad Lidge, Joe Nathan, Jake Peavy, who just won the Cy Young, Scott Shields, Houston Street, Al Leader, Todd Jones, Brian Fuentes.
That's a pretty good roster.
And they didn't even finish in third.
Okay.
The other teams are good.
You rip through that, and my only main point back to that
Willis was also
I'd like to see where those guys were at in their career. I'm not saying you're wrong.
It's 2006.
But
so
you're
Roger
sitting
Clemens
here.
had just won the NL Cy Young.
Okay, and he's throwing like what?
Jake Peavy was on his Cy Young year in 2006. Dontrell Willis was 24 years old. Joe Nathan, Houston Street, Brian Fuentes, all the best relievers in the league, minus Mariano Rivera, who couldn't play for Team USA.
Who was the MVP of the league in 2000 and whatever it was?
2006?
Yeah.
In 2006, it was in the National League, it was Albert Pujols. In the American League, it was
Ryan Howard.
It was Ryan Howard. Sorry, Albert Pujols won in 05.
Was Ryan Howard playing on this team?
Ryan Howard was not on this team.
All right, so we had the Major League Most Valuable Player not playing.
Okay, so
I'm gonna go.
So you're gonna disagree with that? The USA team infield was good. Derek Jeter, Chipper Jones, Derek Lee, Alex Rodriguez, Mark Teixeira, Chase.
Listen,
Utley,
if
Michael
Ocho,
Only.
I gotta check the stats, but if Ocho Cinco went out there to play for the Bengals right now, no, he's not very good.
Derek Jeter retired a decade after this was being played. Alex Rodriguez was the best player in Major League Baseball in 2006. You can't tell me that this infield. I'm the baseball guy here. I'm telling you this team was good. You can't argue with me that this team was good because I'm looking at them and I'm telling you that they're good.
Well,
so that
was
argument
it the best
is gone.
team they could put it forth? That's all I'm asking. I want to look into that.
I mean, yeah, maybe
it's a simple ask.
I
get all those players are good. I get
there's a guy or two that probably shouldn't have made it. Like Barry Bonds was still playing at the time, but it was his final year in 2006. He wasn't on the team.
I'm going to go through every position and say, is this the best player we could put at this position? Just because it's the second, third best player and he's an all-time great player, that isn't it. That doesn't count for me. I get what you're saying. They're all great players, but this is America.
Derek Jeter was
We got a lot of
31.
good
Chipper
players.
Jones was 33. Derek Lee was 30. A-Rod's 30. Mark Teixeira
So a 33-year-old Chipper Jones is the best we could do? Highly doubtful.
Chipper Jones led the league in hitting 3 years after this. 3 years after this.
In Major League Baseball.
Yes.
Why are you
He
getting so
batted
mad?
370 because you're trying to argue baseball history with the guy. I don't know a single soul in the universe that knows more about baseball history than me. And you're arguing with me about something that I know infinitely more than you do. And I'm telling you that your assertion that they didn't put their best foot forward with this roster is wrong. They just didn't play well.
They just happened to leave off the MVP of the league.
Yeah, who was 21 years old. And this was before the season was played. So 2006, Ryan Howard won the Rookie of the Year in 2005. He then won the MVP at 22 years old in 2006. The 2006 World Baseball Classic
we
was
should be
played
looking at
before
like
the season.
2004, 2005 stats.
Yes, Albert Pujols won the MVP. He was playing for the DR.
All right. So basically, we're admitting that we're not the best country in the world of baseball.
I'm going back to the argument that the World Baseball Classic, this Team USA should have a better pitching staff. I don't know what you're arguing.
I'm arguing that all of these teams are not going to sign their guys up to play in the World Baseball Classic from an arms perspective.
The greatest player in the league is playing for Team Japan
and
pitching.
And that's because they value it more in that country.
And I'm going, once again, saying that Team USA needs to value it more and put a better foot forward on the pitching staff.
Because for that country, this is their Super Bowl. For our country, Paul doesn't even know they're fucking playing.
There's 45,000 USA fans at Chase Field yesterday.
That wasn't USA fans. I don't know if you looked at that. Yeah, there was split, but let's not sit here and act like Mexico didn't take it.
Would there have been 45,000 fans there if that was in Seattle? That was right next to Mexico.
My main point is that Mexico filled up a lot of that stadium.
I think there would still be a lot of fans.
Okay.
Maybe so. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that America doesn't care at all, but my main point is that the vast majority of Americans right now are talking about March Madness and care
Did I drop an
less
F-bomb?
about the World Baseball Classic.
I mean, I was genuinely looking forward to.
We can push.
I was
push
genuine.
the goalpost around. I'm just continually pushing the point that just because the USA does not care about it, we still have better pitchers that need to pitch.
I was just simply shocked last night when I turned this on when you guys were texting about it, and I saw Mike Trout and Pete Alonso, and I was gonna text, and I was like, I'm not starting this now. We can do this tomorrow. But I was genuinely, I was instantly like, oh, this is cool.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I just figured it was a bunch of minor league dudes. I had no idea. And I don't really have much interest in watching it, but I was now when I turned it on and saw those guys, it was like, Mookie, all those dudes? I had no clue. No idea. Good for them.
They should treat it more like the World Cup. You want my honest opinion?
Yeah, I mean that's great. That's great for the sport. It's great for the event. I don't know what.
God, this 2006 DR team was awesome.
So you're just I just don't know if you're ever going to get the arms. And don't believe you are.
They had good arms in 2006. Well, in 2017 when they won, they had good arms.
So who are you upset at?
I'm upset that at the pitchers that don't want to play for Team USA.
So I want you to come up with a list of those pitchers that are supposed to be throwing.
Nick Martinez should not be starting for Team USA. If me, who watches a lot of baseball, doesn't even know who the hell Nick Martinez is, and he's starting for Team USA against Mexico, the best team in the pool, it's ridiculous.
The best players would play if it was like the World Cup. That's all I'm saying.
But it's not even comparable to the World Cup because most of the world doesn't care about the World Baseball Classic.
That's what
and most of America doesn't, I think.
That's what I'm saying. That's why they're not playing, though.
You ready for the pitchers in the 2017 team that did win? We won it all. First time that we won it all. It's only been going on since 2006. Chris Archer.
How often do they play it?
Every 4 years.
Okay.
But they didn't get to play it recently because of COVID. Marcus Stroman, David Robertson, Pat Neshek, Andrew Miller, Nate Jones, who was still doing well at that time. But the part that I'm saying is Chris Archer and Marcus Stroman, who are in their 20s, are playing for Team USA, pitching for Team USA. Not Nick Martinez and Adam Wainwright.
So you want Corbin Burns to go throw? Guy that hasn't gotten paid yet? I'm asking for a list of names of guys that should go pitch in this thing. That's what I want. Because otherwise, we're just sitting here speculating on the fact they should have someone better. I get your point. My main thing is, if I'm the Reds, I'm telling my guys, I don't want you throwing in this. I don't want you throwing in this. And if you're a player that is not established enough to say, no, I'm going to go do what I want, then guess what? You're not going to go pitch in it.
Okay.
Who do you want? I mean, you want Verlander?
Yeah, I would love Verlander. I would love Clayton Kershaw.
So Verlander, who is on the back end of his career right now, and he's coming off of a Tommy John, who's probably only got a few more years left. You want him to go risk the idea of throwing for Team USA?
Yeah, I would love Verlander, who just was the best pitcher in the American League, to come and pitch for Team USA. I would love that.
I'm just giving you a position as to why you would.
Shane McClanahan, Tampa Bay starting pitcher, the ace, the favorite to win the Cy Young last year to the final months. Would love if he did it.
Max Scherzer?
Yeah. Yes. You can name any all-star pitcher that's from the United States, and my answer will be yes. Corbin Burns, Brandon Woodruff, anybody but Nick Martinez.
Then it goes back to the question as to why these guys aren't throwing, and it's pretty straightforward as to why they're not.
And I get it. I understand that point, but I'm telling you that it's wrong. If the most talented baseball player to ever play, Shohei Ohtani, is pitching for his team, then there's no reason that we shouldn't have our team. If Sandy Alcantara is pitching, then yes, we should have our pitchers pitching.
So we have bad sales reps.
We have, yes. Yeah.
There's no incentive to playing, and there's no
for your country.
There's no.
And that's the thing. I don't think that many people from America care.
If it was in the Olympics and you got a gold medal, sure.
Yeah, and if it was the World Cup, like
different.
if people treated it like the World Cup, then maybe it would be. You would have more people playing in it.
All right, I got a question for you. Are they playing this at the right time of the year to play this?
I agree. That's my problem with it.
Paul
hit that nail on the head for me.
But I've been
right time.
When would be better?
But that's what I'm see that, and that was what I was going to follow up with, because as I was
spring training, it's the perfect time. It's literally there's not a better time than spring training.
There's a better time. I'll get to it in a minute. Go ahead.
Well, that's what I was sitting. I was sitting there eating my dinner, watching the game, and thinking to myself, what time of year though could you play this? Because you're not going to play it over the winter, competing with football. You're not going to play it in the fall when obviously the playoffs and the World Series and everything's going to go on. You're not going to stop the Major League season to play it like the NHL does for the Olympics.
That's my question. Why not?
But then it becomes a year-round. If you want the best players to play, then they got to report to spring training earlier, and then it becomes even more of a year-round sport. It's already long. It's already too long of a season.
Spring training, I mean, the MLB is putting out this product. They've talked to the teams. They've talked to all their players, and they said, when would be the best time to put this on? Oh, why don't we forego spring training where you're already going to be pitching, where you're already going to be playing, and why not go and play for your country? Do that for your country in spring training as opposed to playing meaningless games against AAA pitchers down in Florida or in Arizona, which is funny because they're playing against AAA pitchers in Florida and Arizona in the World Baseball Classic. But Trace, it's the perfect time. They literally could not pick a better time. And Trace is going to give his take that they should do it in July and break the season apart, which is just another take. But I'm telling you, as opposed to where it's at right now, there's not a better time to play it than spring training. It is the perfect time.
Even for viewership, though?
I disagree.
It's a perfect time for the sport.
It's a terrible time. It's a terrible time. I'll tell you why it's a terrible time. You don't need to play it every 4 years. You don't always need to use someone else's model and think it's the best for you. That's the first problem. You playing it every 4 years is crazy to me. Yeah, the World Cup, it's a huge event. You bring the World Cup and the World Baseball Classic, two massively different things. If you care enough about this, I would argue the pool.
They're trying to start it up. It's only been around for 15 years.
That's cool. But what I'm trying to say is you can play it every 2 years, right? And shorten it down to where it's not as long and play it in the middle of the season of Major League Baseball and take a week and a half or 2 week break.
Weeks?
What?
How long is this thing?
Yeah, it'll.
It's like 2 weeks.
Yeah,
they play preliminary games and stuff, do they not? Like you have to qualify for it.
They do they do like exhibition games and stuff.
My main point is these guys that you're asking to play would be much more apt to playing in this thing from a pitcher's perspective, because pitchers are the ones that are most associated with spring training and getting ready for a season. If you said in the middle of your season, you're guaranteed 2 starts, or you got to go out there 2 times over a 2-week window, that's what you're going to be able to do inside this window of time for the World Baseball Classic, and you played it as a world event in the middle of the season, and you said, hey, every other year, Major League Baseball is going to have a 2-week break. It would have way more viewership. There's nothing else going on in the world. There's nothing else going on in the world. But instead, let's play it in spring training when March Madness is going on.
We're arguing 2 different things. You're arguing about viewership. Yeah, if you put it.
What is this about?
I'm arguing about the team. That we got to put better pitchers out there. I'm not arguing about how many eyeballs are on it. Yeah, doing it right in the middle of March Madness isn't ideal. But in terms of the sport, getting ready for the sport and the time in which you want to play this thing, spring training makes infinitely more sense than just going, all right, seasons, we're going to take a 2-week hiatus.
Then my pushback to that would be simple. Why aren't more elite pitchers throwing in it? Because it's such a good time? Is it better to throw them at the beginning of the year or in the middle of the year when they're already ramped up?
That's what I'm asking. You're asking the same question I'm asking. Why aren't more elite pitchers playing? And you're trying to give me 12 different excuses or answers.
No, it's one reason.
You're asking more other questions.
It's one reason. The guys that make deep playoff runs, usually who have the best pitchers, don't want to turn around and get ready for the World Baseball Classic in 3.5 months. Answer solved.
They have to get ready for spring training anyways, is what I'm saying.
But they don't throw. You sit here and act like these guys that are top elite pitchers are working hard just like a guy in AAA is.
They're going to have to throw 10 innings. They play four pool play games, and then they play semifinals or quarterfinal, semifinal, championship. They play a total of 7 games. And I'm asking elite pitchers to come out and start twice.
For free.
Yeah, I mean, you keep throwing all these different things at me.
Well, there's a lot of things that go into this. I'm just saying, if you're Major League Baseball and you want to get eyeballs on this, which is the whole reason you started it, you're trying to grow the game, you're trying to make it a more world-renowned game where there's more people that pay attention. Let's not sit here and act like this is just a fun project for Major League Baseball. Let's just see who has the best team in the world. Not hard to figure out who that is. We're trying to grow the game. And we want to try to put it in a position to have the most eyeballs on it as we possibly can. And what do? We put it in a part of the position to where not many people care about baseball right now. Yeah, there's a select few people, but the vast majority of the world could care less about baseball. Why don't you put the damn thing in the middle of a season where people have nothing else to watch? Nothing else to watch. I'll tell you what. I hear the buzzer. I don't give a damn. Because Paul, who works at a sports company, didn't even know they were playing.
Right. I legitimately was looking forward to this event, and when I saw Trout and Pete Alonso, Mookie, all these dudes were in the lineup, I was hooked immediately. As somebody that very much genuinely enjoys baseball, and then I thought, man, I'm gonna be so busy over these next 2 weeks. Like, it's gonna be over in March 25th. I just looked up the date. March 21st. It's over. I mean, I guess, and this goes back to your point, Reed. There really isn't unless you broke up the Major League season. But then again, that goes back to what I was saying, where you extend the whole Major League season. And we're talking about a sport that these guys are basically playing year-round. You can't do that to them. So it is what it is.
You can't throw in, 10 doubleheaders?
Oh, no, you can't do that.
I know. You can't do that, which is basically why Major League Baseball is what it is. And that's my main point. That's my main issue with Major League Baseball is you can't ever get around any rules in Major League Baseball. We put in a pitch clock, and we got all these people talking about how it's terrible. Oh, yeah, you're losing the ambiance of the game. This, that, and the other. Now, I know a lot of people love it, but my main point is we can't ever think outside the box when it comes to Major League Baseball. We'll just keep doing the same thing because it's working out so great. Because the World Baseball Classic is so popular right now. It's got so many guys that want to play in it. Just keep it the exact same. That's what I think we should do.
Well, I just don't. We get to these points where we spiral out of these arguments, and I don't know what we're arguing at this point anymore.
It's fun.
So I want you to refocus what I'm supposed to be arguing about.
Your main point is that America should care more about this event, and we should have better arms in it. We should have better pitchers. We should care more. And the truth is that in America, we care more about our team that we root for in our league. That's what we care about in this country. We don't care. If you traded, I would tell you right now, if you go to any other country, and you said, hey, you got an option. I'll give you right now the option between your country winning the World Baseball Classic and your favorite Major League Baseball team winning the World Series. And 99.9% of the teams, people that watch baseball in this country, would pick their franchise. Every other person in all those other countries are picking their country. That's the main difference.
Well, it's because their guys are playing for them. And what I mean by that is when you are a Dominican Republic baseball fan, you root not for teams. You root for players. People over in Japan, similar to how people root for LeBron, regardless of what team LeBron's on, they become that team of that fan. They do that for Shohei Ohtani. So when Shohei Ohtani is coming to play for Team Japan, that hits home. So that's why they do that. And I'm just begging that if we're going to take this seriously, if the position players are going to go out and play, if we're going to throw it in front of a national audience every 4 years, then we've got to take this more seriously from the pitching standpoint. And you can't argue to me that it is dangerous for them to throw because it is spring training, no different than how they would do it anyways.
See, I just disagree there. You can't compare something that's very, very important to a spring training game. A guy goes out and throws 35 pitches, they're relaxed. They're not stress pitches. He's just working on stuff. He could care less if he gives up 7 runs or not. You get into a stadium that's got 45,000 people in it, Reed, you know just as well as I do. That's not the same thing. It's not even close. You're throwing stress pitches. You're trying to throw the ball harder. You're not working on anything at all. You're working on trying to get guys out. Now, you could argue one's better to do than the other, but it's not the same thing. The guys in Goodyear, Arizona are completely different in regards to how they're going to go about their business than if they were on the World Baseball Classic team.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's not the same stress level.
You're right. No, you're right. That was a bad point I made.
And it's not even that we're one person's right or the right. We both care about it. My main thing is I would like it to mean more, but I'm not going to get on anybody that's not going to want to pitch into it because at the end of the day, they don't get paid. And the second thing is that most of the people that associate their life around what they care about would rather them be good on their major league team. Ask any franchise fan in this country. Do they want Hunter Green pitching for USA?
Yeah,
do they want Lodolo? Do you want your number 1 and 2 guy throwing for the World Baseball Classic?
Marcus Stroman's throwing for the World Baseball Classic.
But
I'd love if Kyle Hendricks was playing for the World Baseball Classic team. I would love that. That'd be awesome.
Well, you're one of the few then, in my opinion.
I think it'd be great. I think if you guys saw Hunter Green throwing for Team USA, starting for Team USA, that'd fire you guys up.
I don't want Hunter Green pitching anything outside of Reds baseball.
Yeah, until he gets hurt, and then
Yeah, when
we're
he
all
gets
pissed.
hurt.
But you would be fired up. And I think the chances of injury are so slim. They are there, but they are slim. And I think if you had Hunter Green, Nick Lodolo running out there for World Baseball Classic at 10 p.m., you'd sit your ass down and watch that. And that's the point that I'm getting at.
Well, you'd watch it, but there's a difference between watching and wanting them to play in it.
I think you'd get jacked up for it, is what I'm getting at.
Oh, I don't think I'll ever get jacked up for like a World Baseball tournament because that's just not something that's been, like you said, it's only been around however many years.
I think Reds fans would be genuinely pumped to see Hunter Green throwing 6 innings for Team USA.
I don't disagree with that. I would just rather him throw his 6 innings of meaningful baseball when he's warmed up to that. That's all I'm asking. I just want them to pitch when the time is right. I'm not asking a guy that's been sitting on the couch. And I know these guys aren't sitting on the couch.
It's great for the hitters. I'll agree with you there. Like the position players, it's great for them because instead of getting a bunch of BP reps, they're getting actual live game reps. So I'll give you that.
I don't think that the ask is the same from a position player to a pitcher. I think a pitcher to get ready to go is much more different than a position player. And that's been proven throughout time. Reed knows, you know this as much as anybody. At the beginning of the year, these guys are much more limited when they're actually pitching for their major league team. They don't let them get extended.
Okay, but if
they
you
don't do all those things.
So if you get a full roster of pitchers, and then you're not asking a whole lot from them. If you get 15 guys that are elite arms, you're not asking for Adam Wainwright to go 7 innings because he's all you got. You're asking, hey, man, can you throw 4 innings? We're not going to ask a whole lot for you, but we want to win this thing.
Yeah. I mean, I don't – none of us are going to be theoretically right or wrong in what we're arguing because we'll never really truly know. I just don't think that it's a model that's going to ever grow to significant stature in the position that it's been put in. Because it almost appears to me as if – they've put it in a time frame that I agree with you. It makes
when they
the
play
most
DR, when they play
sense.
DR, there will be plenty of eyeballs on it. If they play the DR, if they play Team Japan and Shohei's on the mound, there's going to be a lot of eyeballs on that game.
I'm not disagreeing, but don't you think that there's a way for the Major League Baseball to say that we play 162 games?
Yeah, and that's the point that you've made.
Can we figure out a way to make this a little more meaningful in the middle of a year when there's nothing else going on?
That's not the point at hand.
There is literally nothing else going on in July.
Okay, so let me ask you this to counteract that. How would you feel if you're a Reds fan and your team's making a chase at the pennant or making a chance?
Where you're going, and this is a fair point.
Right. And then they're like, all right, break it up the middle of the year. We want your pitcher to play for Team USA. That I'd be more mad about that than my team playing for Team USA right now.
I view the pitches, I view the stress much more significantly to start a year off than in the middle of it when you're already warmed up per se.
So you'd rather your pitcher
I mean,
play in the middle of a playoff run for meaningless.
I don't think the middle of the playoff run is the
games.
All-Star break. Is the All-Star break the middle of a playoff run?
I mean, middle point of the season.
I don't. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but
yeah, I'd be way more angry at that than I would be if they play a month before the season starts.
I mean, this sounds really stupid, but why don't they just wait to start the season then until after that's over with? Like, why can't we just push back baseball?
Yeah, I mean, we can shorten the season. We can do that too. But the point is, and this show's gone on for way too damn long.
No, this is funny. This is hilarious.
Everett said
the Metro softball championships are conducted in July. I better watch the disrespect.
I think you're both right. I mean, you're not going to get more eyes unless you have better players. Like, America's not going to care unless you have better players playing. And you're also not going to get any eyes if it's going to be played in the middle of March Madness. So I think the only option really here is to push back baseball, but they're never going to do that.
There'll be plenty of viewers when the championship comes around. If Team USA is playing the DR in the championship, there will be plenty of viewers.
You want to know one way on how you could fix the whole play and not playing situation?
You pay them.
You do. You pay them.
Yeah.
How do you pay people in this world? Eyeballs. How do you get more eyeballs? You find a window of opportunity. There's a reason that, I don't know, the NFL is the most dominant league that there is, and it's not just because in the past 15 to 20 years we just magically started liking football more. They strategically marketed themselves and did things strategically that made their league better than everyone else's league. They change rules quickly. They make their draft date is specific. They release schedules 2 times a year. They release a schedule telling you who you play, and then they release another schedule telling you when they play. Why don't they just release the schedule all at the same time and let you know when they play and who you play? Why? Because they market themselves better than everyone else.
When and how long is the All-Star break for baseball?
3 days.
3 days in the middle of July.
It's not good.
It's a weekend. Thursday to Monday.
So there's no way that they could, like, whenever this rolls around every 4 years, to just be like, all right, we're gonna
to push against what Trey said earlier. There's no way that you talk about teams not wanting their players to play now. There's no way in HE double hockey sticks that teams would okay their players playing in the middle of a season. There's no way.
Well, and for all the players that don't play in it, like,
I mean, soccer does that.
Well, soccer's different.
Is it, though? I mean, you already said that the injury is very small if they went and played these games anyway. So
I think Casey's bringing up a valid point for people that live in baseball, that have been around baseball for so long. So the point that he's making is relatively valid. At some point, you got to look yourselves in the mirror if you're baseball and say, shit, we need to do something different, man. We need to market ourselves as a more fun and world-class product. And we've not done that. We sit around and we just assume that everyone wants to go eat peanuts and sit at a baseball game for 4.5 hours and watch 162 games, and half the league is basically on the doormat before the season starts, and we wonder why this league isn't growing. So we sit around here and we're going to mock Casey. I'm saying Brandon's not mocking, but to your point, if you brought this up to the vast majority of baseball people, Casey, what you're about to say, it's going to get mocked and laughed at. You know why? Because it would require someone that is sitting at the top of the Major League Baseball to change, to do something differently. And I'll give Rob Manfred some credit because he's made some big changes. I would like for them to do more things. But go ahead and propose the idea.
I mean, there's clearly a weekend that breaks up everything, the All-Star break, that they could try to fit in a window and just push back the season a week or two. This only happens once every 4 years. That's the exact same thing soccer does for every league.
Hockey does it as well for the Olympics.
Hockey does it as well. So, I mean, like, if the idea for this, which is to grow nationally, that's what they should do. I think that's a clear and obvious thing that they should do. But, again, there's no incentive to play unless they get paid.
That's what this all comes down to. If the owners could find a way to make money off of this and the players could make money off of this, then it would all work at the end of the day. That's why the NCAA tournament is so successful, is because people get paid.
Because I think
Maybe
everyone
not the kids, but the schools.
Everyone here in this room wants the same thing for it to succeed. I think Reed's point is very valid. I think we're trying to figure out a way to do it. And shooting down the idea of, well, they can't do it in July, that doesn't help the problem. That's not fixing the problem. If you push it to All-Star Weekend and you just push the season back 1 or 2 weeks, I don't see where there's an issue with that, because this only happens every 4 years. If this was every year, then maybe we would have a bigger issue.
This is a fun thought, and we'll leave it at this. Do we think that there's a way that the owners of Major League Baseball, who ultimately theoretically are the ones that own this event, can they make more money if they could turn this event into a world product than losing 10 to 15, maybe not home games, but I guess like 8 home games? Could they make more money through this product than losing 8 home games and just saying once every 4 years,
it's a revenue share thing.
We're losing 8 home games, but we're going to have a rev share from this World Baseball event that's going to get paid, that we're going to get paid XYZ? Because there is some merit to what this is. I watched a lot of that game last night. Now, I was up at 1:30 wondering why I'm sitting here watching this game at 1:30 at night.
They're playing a shitty pool.
However, I do think people would care about it if it was put in a time frame that it made sense, and the players had a reason to play in it outside of just caring about their country.
Yeah, if you pay them, it all works together.
So I just don't know if we have an answer before if it's ever going to work. But
you pay them, you'll get me off the ledge of wondering why these pitchers aren't playing, which it can't grow until you get more marquee players, till you get the players that everyone cares about playing. So,
I agree. I mean, I think what's funny is that, one, I don't know if we really are mad at each other. I know you're getting frustrated at me when I was pushing back on the idea.
Well, you're
that
getting
good
mad at
players
me
were
thought I was making fun of Nick Martinez.
I wasn't.
That's how it all started.
You did. I don't think that think that you're making fun of Nick Martinez, but I'm just saying that I'm not going to go kill the guy that decided to actually do it. He's the one that signed up to play.
Yeah, I guess I was making a joke about Nick Martinez to get mad at the players that decided not to.
Fair. That's more than fair. I'm just saying, let's get mad at the guys that decided not to play.
Yeah.
All right. This has been one hell of a box lunch. We haven't been back in a while, so why not? We'll just go for 2 hours and lose all track of thought. We went to the Wheel of Lunch, and it turned into World Baseball Classic talk for an hour. That was fun. I think out of this argument, I might. What's the money line for the USA?
Minus 556 against Team Canada.
It's a lot of money. I don't know.
Who plays for Team Canada?
Freddie Freeman. He's their best player.
All right.
Who do we have starting? Dare I ask? We don't know. That's bad. It's bad. You're telling me it's bad?
I had to look up. I didn't know. I mean, Nick Martinez has played in the MLB.
Should I put $556 to win $100 on the United States not losing 2 games in a row? I mean, it seems like they're going to be coming out of the gates hot. But you never know. It is baseball, so that seems like a bad bet.
Is it Lance Lynn? It says Lynn.
Oh, Lance Lynn.
Is that
That's
Lance
okay.
Lynn? It says Lynn. I'm assuming it's Lance Lynn.
Okay.
Gotta be Lance.
Okay, that's better than Nick Martinez. I'm off. I mean, like, literally, if I have to look up a baseball reference page for the starting pitcher against the best team in the pool, that drove me up a wall, man.
I mean, I'm assuming that's who this is.
Yeah.
All right. This is funny. All right, Reed, you ready?
You giving me Lance Lynn's stats over the past few years?
No. I'm just going to tell you who we got on the roster.
For Team Canada or Team USA?
Team USA.
I know our pitching staff's bad, man.
It's not great.
And what about Marcus Stroman? Someone put this in the chat. Marcus Stroman won the 2017 World Baseball Classic for Team USA. He's now pitching for Puerto Rico.
John Axford, Canada.
Ryan Presley.
Ryan Presley's
Cal
good.
Quantrill.
Brady Singer.
Bo Naylor.
I know Kyle Freeland.
Devin Williams any good?
Devin Williams is great, Trace. You should know him. Plays in our division.
He plays for the Brewers, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking USA roster.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out
I'm looking
why
at Canada.
I mean, I get why he's a little upset. I mean, Should I know?
Our relievers are fine. Ryan Presley, Devin Williams. But we need a guy that can go.
Why is Freddie Freeman playing for Canada?
Should I know who
He's from
Kendall Graveman
Canada.
is? I assume.
He is? I mean, he was born in California and went to high school in California. I don't know.
Aren't these rules ridiculous?
So, I mean, I'm mad. I don't
the
know.
rules are dumb.
So listen to that, Trace.
The rules are just made up.
We have pitchers that don't want to pitch for Team USA. We have Freddie Freeman, who's not even from Canada, going up there and playing for Canada.
That's because he was told that Paul Goldschmidt was going to play first base for the Team USA, and he's like, "Well, I really like playing this. I don't want to go to spring training." So he's just doing some 23andMe, digging around, and said, "Hey,
He said,
I
I'd
got
rather
some
play
ties
in
to
front of
Canada."
45,000 people instead of 1,200 in Goodyear.
Russell Martin's a coach. Larry
He's saying,
Walker.
How
Larry
late
Walker.
are we going to be there on Thursday? I think we're going to go all the way up until the split of the games, which is probably right around 5 o'clock.
The Thursday late session, the late tips, the past 8 p.m. tips on Thursday are the worst session, I guess you could say, worst segment of the weekend. So probably won't be there that late.
We got a wheel of lunch, Casey.
Yeah.
Sonic.
And guess what? It's probably like one of our biggest.
Oh, let's go. As if this show wasn't long enough. Let's go.
Whatever it lands on, that's where lunch is.
Let's do it. Go.
So whatever it lands on, that's where we're going.
Is that what we're doing?
Is that what we're doing?
Sure.
Or are we doing it our
Chad's going to be on our tail for that one.
I don't
but
have
go
my
ahead.
chap at Sir Boy. We're still going to Miami, so just remember that.
All right. If Sonic gets out first, I'll laugh out loud. No way.
That's the pick. No, that's the pick.
No. We got to run through it all.
Is the player formerly known as Mouse Cop and Jerome Hunter Fan Club the same person? That's what I want to know.
Wait, are we running? Is that where we're going, or is that where we're?
Yeah, that was the pick. Just one spin.
Oh
There's so
man.
many.
Yeah.
No. Run it through. We got all
You look
day.
at the chat. Look at the chat.
No.
Look at the chat.
Why do we do this to ourselves?
Casey, why'd you put 40 names in there?
He had
Well,
plenty-
I didn't
he had
expect
plenty
us
of-
to go this
He
long.
had plenty of time. That's what happened.
He was sitting there at like 1 o'clock saying, "We got to fill time." And I made one innocent comment about being excited about the World Baseball Classic. It turned into the wheel of lunch. All right, get all laid up out of here.
All right. I need Jocko's off.
Yeah, get Jocko's off.
This is awesome.
This is ridiculous.
Someone tell me not to put $100 on USA to win by 4 runs today.
Skyline's. I had Skyline for dinner last night.
What's the over-under?
We're starting to get really thin on some good options,
Did-
guys.
What's the over-under? Reed.
Ooh, let me pull it up. My laptop died. I had Canes yesterday, so I'd prefer not to have Canes.
We are getting slim here.
Yep. Slim pickings.
Yeah.
By the way, Betfred Sportsbook said they're going to do the ones versus the field. I just tweeted them.
Oh,
Field.
boy.
They said they were going to do that?
I just tweeted them. They said they'll have it up later today. The over-under for Team USA is 11.5.
Oof.
Dollies.
Continue. We're getting down to the.
Guys, we might go to Jollies.
I love that we. I mean, Reed was just mad as hell at me.
Well,
He's so mad.
when you asserted that the 2006 team didn't have didn't have the best players, and then I told you who the players were, and then you're like, well, you're like, well, I mean, like,
You're so mad.
Mouse Cop.
Mouse Cop is Jerome Hunter Fan Club. You cannot convince me otherwise.
Well, Mouse Cop's made some comments about Chicago, and I think Jerome Hunter Fan Club was around here, so maybe I'm wrong. But I think you're right.
All right. So
Panda
Arby's.
Express. Is Panda Express open?
Oh.
Me and Casey.
We did not just go through this entire wheel and Pan Express.
No,
was
I didn't
open.
say that. I was just asking.
No, it's not.
Paul's
Probably
favorite
not.
Penn Station.
Penn Station.
This is
I-
This is a no from Paul either way.
Yeah, this is tough.
The meats.
I love Arby's. Let's go to
Come on, get you
Arby's.
some roast beef.
I'll go to Sonic over Arby's.
What?
Oh, wow.
You don't like Arby's?
Dude, you didn't grow up on the 5 for $5. It was beautiful. What are you doing?
I think we've argued enough on this show.
All right, yeah.
At box lunch today. We still like each other, just so you know. At least I think we do. I got to go back and do some research
You want to
on,
know?
on who the Americans could have had in 2000 and whatever it was, 6, to put them over the hump. Because you know as well as I do, one player could make all the difference in the world. That's all it takes. Just one good leader. Derek Jeter ain't it. Got to find out who that other
Not
guy
the
was.
captain. No
He's not a
captain.
captain of anything. All right. This has been Box Lunch, presented by Betfred Sportsbook. We're sorry we held you for so long, and we argued with each other for quite some time, but I guess we're going to try to figure out where we're going. And I guess at the end of the day, we do need to be men of integrity, which requires us to go to Sonic. Until next time, thanks for watching the most useless 2 hours of your day. Take care, everybody.